we're good to go. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for joining. I am Professor Anna Smallwood from Cranford University, and it is my pleasure to welcome you this morning to Gate 1. Had I been talking to you just a few months ago, I would have been talking to you as an employer in aviation, as an operations director for an airline, where one of the key challenges I faced in that role was the recruitment of resources, both for my own airline, but also the operational impacts and effects of organisations within the ecosystem who were having problems recruiting and resourcing their own operation. But today I talk to you as an educator, a Cranfield University professor, where every day I am inspired by students who are committed to learning and developing their own career pathways in aviation and aerospace. So it is with authenticity that I say I'm absolutely delighted to be moderating this panel on this most critical subject this morning. So I'd like to ask our esteemed panel to introduce themselves to you.
Model Khalaf. I'm Director of Learning and Development at Riyadh Air, and I guess my career is the exact opposite of Anna. I'm very new to aviation, but long-term in the academia and learning training field. I used to be a member of our Shura Council, and prior to that, I was a diplomat in Washington, D.C., supervising the world's largest scholarship program.
Good morning, everybody. Wonderful to be here. My name's Adam Ginster. I'm an owner of a global talent organization. We're in 15 cities, now 16, because we've just opened up in Riyadh, in 5 continents. And we recruit, assess, and develop boards, chairman, board directors, chief executives, exco teams around the world in multiple industries, including aviation. So it's amazing to be here today. And we also have an offshore talent pool of 6,000 tech skills to really support the drive of digital transformation in the kingdom. So yes, wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Proscia. I'm the Vice President of Training at Vaughan College in New York City. Vaughan College, founded in 1932, we're a nonprofit private institution serving much of the needs of aviation, training mechanics and technicians, engineering, pilots, air traffic controllers, and dispatchers, amongst other majors such as airline and airport management. I'm glad to be here this morning to share the perspective from an institution in aviation and how we can possibly form collaborations to help each other out.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is Professor Mamdouh Al-Hanizi. I am the Dean of Quality Assurance and Development, the Acting Dean of College of Space and Aviation Sciences at Prince Sultan University. And the major things that we do is to align the output of the university with the needs of the market. So we engage heavily with the industry to know what are their needs and what are the requirements that they need in the graduates of our programs. So the gap has to be always addressed in order to ensure that the graduates of each university or each academic program is actually aligned with the industry need.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Miller-Smith, and I'm the Chief Executive of a charity, a not-for-profit in the UK called Affordability, and we aim to make the skies accessible for disabled people of all types. So we have special aircraft adapted for disabled people to take the controls and maybe even learn to fly. We have education programs for disabled young people to learn about all the aspects of aviation, maybe to move into further education and employment within the industry. But also now we advocate for disabled people to become employed by the industry. which could do so much better in providing services for disabled people by employing disabled people as well. But I'm looking forward to telling you a bit more about why that is such a good idea. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you. So we have the next hour together in which we're going to explore what do we need to do to ensure a pipeline of talent for our aviation industry. How do we excite bright young minds to join aviation and not other industries that are equally attractive with new technology and transformational digitalization? How do we ensure we're inclusive and we're not excluding potential talent on grounds of gender or disability or other factors? And how do we innovate our training and education offering? Before we get into our panel discussions, I'm just going to take a brief moment to share some information with you to put our discussions into context. Some of you may have seen this table before. It actually dates back to 2018. IATA's 50 drivers of change for the airline industry. And you know now, any of our discussions are always in a post-pandemic world. And indeed, IATA highlighted the challenge or the potential challenge. In 2018, you can see highlighted there, infectious disease and pandemic. And we all know the profound effect that pandemic had on resources in the aviation industry, as there were retirements, resignations, people moved on to other industries during the grounding and didn't come back. But back in 2018, IATA also highlighted the changing nature of work and competition for talent as a potential challenge to the future aviation industry. And it highlighted a challenge. Will you be a global environmental pariah, or will you be the industry that made a huge effort to clean up its act, and in doing so, creating jobs and helping pull millions out of poverty? More recent facts corroborate the 2018 report, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with the CAE report, the forecast published last year highlighting 1.3 million professionals needed in the next 10 years, and actually their real drive for proactivity amongst industry. You'll have seen perhaps the Boeing technical report with their outlook over the next 20 years, citing the need for 2.3 million commercial aviation personnel in accordance with projected fleet growth plans. And you may have seen recently that ACI have issued a request for proposal looking for research to help support their recent resolution around creating a strong and diverse workforce. And only in the past couple of months, my own university, Cranfield in the UK, joined forces with the University of Waterloo in Canada and Khalifa University in the UAE to hold a global sustainable aviation exchange discussion around how we create a sustainable workforce for aerospace and aviation. But perhaps a salient, provoking, leading indicator for us to leave you with that goes back to that IATA challenge. This was shared with me by a colleague and friend from EASA. This is a drawing done by primary school children pinned to the fence of a primary school wall in France. And you can see there that potentially for the next generation of human capital, aviation has a challenge to face. So if we get now to our discussion, I'm going to turn to Adam first and ask, do you think, Adam, do we have a problem of perception for aviation?
So I'm going to be the bad cop, okay? I'm surrounded by good cops left and right. I'm going to be the bad cop. The simplistic answer is absolutely, definitively yes. However, there are lightning rod holders to my left and to my right, which will happen, and they'll be able to share some of those words of wisdom just now. But it is multi-faceted, and I think definitely in light of the growing awareness of the younger generation, those issues are definitely personified. We've spoken quickly about some of the more, let's say, perceived dirty forms of transportation, and aviation is definitely regarded as one of those in terms of carbon emissions as well as noise pollution. Other perceptions would be the risk and hazard nature of the industry. When things go wrong in the aviation industry, things go very, very wrong. as a global executive search business, we operate across numerous sectors, so I'm able to indulge in the comparison of other sectors to the aviation industry, and those are deemed to be a lot more developing, innovative, and as a consequence really do attract the younger generation and skilled talent into the sector. So there's definitely a challenge that the sector faces in terms of not being deemed to being cool, to being attractive. And that then also talks to the modus operandi of the actual working conditions, which are deemed to be not that favorable. Long working hours, a lot of time away from home in certain of the talent pools. So the actual working conditions aren't deemed to be that attractive. And also there's definitely a lack of education in terms of the number of different roles and career paths that one can take within the industry. So there's definitely a lack of education there as well. Also deemed to be a highly male-dominated environment. So you can see, I could go on, okay? But I'm just going to pause there, Anna, if you don't mind. And just in summary, you can see that it's multifaceted. There's many, many tiers. But I'll now stop. There is definitely hope. Thank you.
Okay, so we have some challenges to deal with. Dr. Modi, perhaps you could talk to us about, do you feel more optimistic? And in an industry that whilst there are challenges, there's certainly development to address the sustainability challenges, to harness some of the digitalization opportunity. What's
As
your
part
take?
of the Optimism, I would like to thank GACA for organizing this event. The aspirations are admirable and inspirational. This energy and synergy is so strong that it's almost contagious. Having said that, and I was hesitant to start with this as my first comment because I didn't want to show off, Riyadh Air is unique in the sense that it doesn't have an attraction problem. Being the world's largest aviation or airline startup in the last 2 decades, we have an unprecedented number of applications. We have over 1.1 million in less than a year. That has given us the privilege to be selective. We have already started creating our team of hand-picked industry experts, and that in itself is attracting more talent. Now comes the challenge of retention, which is a whole other beast. But I believe personally that retention lies in not only compensation, financial compensation, but also creating a work culture that is empowering, inclusive, having everybody aligned on the same vision, celebrating milestones together as a team. And it also helps, I'm showing off again, if your vision is to disrupt the industry.
Thank you. Professor Mamdouh, what's your perspective as an educator in this region, which, as Modi's shared, feels a little bit more optimistic, perhaps?
Yes, so the challenges are always there, and I think aviation is a little bit unique, as mentioned by Adam, is that the perception of the aviation industry with the long working hours and other aspects of that aviation, and also the burden of the carbon aspects and the carbon management and the sustainability aspects of that thing. But I think there is a hope, since we have to actually work together as a collaboration and strategic partners with different entities within the industry and within the educational sector in order to bridge the gap and make that awareness to the people that there is a bigger picture, and they are actually helping people to actually make that supply chain and the transportation easier, that will help the economy and help achieving different aspects and different targets of different countries. So the economy is also part of it. The sustainability can be also part of that aspect. And also believing in the young generation that they are up to the challenge and they can understand the bigger picture and the bigger role that are needed from them in order to excel in this industry.
And you touched there on a closeness or a partnering between academia and industry. That's something that plays to my own heart. I think it's incredibly important, and I'm not sure if we do enough of it. How do you find, does any other panel member want to comment as well in terms of that link between education and the industry?
I'd like to say one of the tracks that's very near and dear to my heart right now, being in the L&D department, is what we're doing at Riyadh Air, which is focusing on the hire to train and train to hire. So we've adopted the 70-20-10 learning model. So the team that is already hired are learning 70% by doing, 20% by peers or others. And since we have hand-picked industry experts within the organization, we can do a lot of mentoring and coaching within. And then 10%, which is formal education intervention. That will help elevate our young pool of talent, but we've also, and this is something I'm so proud of, that we've started the first female maintenance engineer program in the country. Shout out to Lara and the talent acquisition team. So we're partnering with the Colleges of Excellence and Aviation Australia to graduate the first batch of female maintenance engineers in the kingdom. We've also started fresh grad programs where we take, for example, commercial analysts with IATA module training and then rotation in the organization for about a year. We're starting our second batch of finance grad programs and working with GACA, not just Riyadh Air, all the airlines and the airports, and anybody in the aviation ecosystem is working with GACA, the Ministry of Transport, and the Ministry of Education in pinpointing scholarship tracks where we can send young Saudi men and women all over the world to come back collectively and hopefully lead this industry in the future.
Some fantastic tangible examples, thank you. Mike, I wonder if you can pick up the point there around gender inclusion and speak more broadly from your perspective around how aviation might ensure it's appealing to all talent.
Thanks, Anna. I think it's really important that the industry reflects the wider society around it, your customers, ultimately. I think we found that disabled people don't always get the chance to work in the industry. You know, we're tackling it from the grassroots end to actually get young people with disabilities of all types, mental health issues, learning disabilities, neurodiversity, physical disabilities, to actually experience aviation, to take the controls of an airplane, to fly it themselves, see the world from a new perspective, maybe even get a pilot's license, but also then to learn about the aspects of aviation, meteorology, air traffic control, IT, airport design, safety. These are all aspects that make the wider industry. And I think, you know, people like myself with a physical disability, we are often seen as a problem to the industry. We're the people that potentially has the lost wheelchair, that makes a complaint, that has an issue with travel because of our disability. The industry doesn't cope well with exceptions. The industry is a process that doesn't deal well with something that's different. So I think it's really important that your workforces reflect that society. So if you employ disabled people, your services for disabled people would improve as well. That lived experience, that knowledge within the organisation can make such a difference. And let's face it, the numbers stack up as well. According to the UN, 16% of the world's population has a disability. In the UK, that's 10 million people. In the USA, that's 60 million people that aren't potentially travelling because of concerns over their disability and how the aviation sector is going to deal with them. So the numbers make it a good proposition as well.
Thank you, Mike. Just to go back, Adam, to I think drawing on that reflection of that number of people that are out there that we could be drawing in, and you mentioned a comment around awareness of roles. Do you think we need to do more to, you know, the facts focus on pilots, technicians, cabin crew, but we know there's a huge number of people behind the scenes in ops centres, on the ground, at airports. How can we do a better job of highlighting and increasing that awareness of the different opportunities?
Yeah, it's very obvious that the industry does not do itself a justice in terms of broadcasting itself and broadcasting, and I think also to connect it with the value that the industry contributes That's so important, and it's not there, because once you've then set the value proposition, you're then able then to really engage your audience in whatever conversation you might need to. And in this, obviously, it's regarding talent. And one then takes a step back and really understands that it's an ecosystem that needs to be broadcasted to. And the ecosystem must really collaborate together to really achieve the success that's required. So 100% does the messaging and the communication need to take place to be, firstly, to identify where those pockets of talent are, and then to go to them with the value propositions that would then get them to really then reach out and then engage themselves within the industry. And amongst other things, it's about the variety of skills, as we've spoken about, and the exposure that one can get within the industry. So yes, without question, there's definitely a deficit, but definitely an opportunity again to move the industry forward.
And Dominic, do you see that as an educator?
Yeah, I see it very clearly. What we do is a lot of lunch and learn activities, speaker series. I find that our students don't even know the potential of growth in this industry. It's absolutely amazing how closed some of their minds are until they're exposed. When we bring industry into our buildings and talk to the students constantly, and it's not just a one-time thing, we do at least 3 speakers a week. We constantly have them come in. Our career fairs, they talk to our students. We do mock interviews constantly to always get them ready. And it's amazing to see students coming in to a program as an aircraft technician, then realizing, hey, I can be an engineer and really broaden my horizon, go to another path. We see that all the time, and we think that's a good thing. If we could light a kid's mind up, and bring him into a direction that he's going to be happy or she's going to be happy, we're winning. And I don't mind if I lose that student to another institution, because that student is always going to come back to me and be grateful what we've done for them.
Thank you. And Professor Mamdouh, just to stretch that conversation on, we hear so much these days and again in the news today about artificial intelligence, the potential and possibility of new technology. Do you think education for the aviation space is keeping up with those developments? Are we developing and attracting the right skills?
It's actually ongoing evolution of the whole industries, including the aviation. And I think aviation specifically can benefit a lot from the AI and the new technologies, has this experience of actually providing what we call a total experience and the journey to all these people who are using these airlines and their flights. And AI and big data can be a very big part of this by optimizing the flight and optimizing the design of the aircraft also. These are some of the potentials that can be used in order to disrupt the industry and also to equip the graduates of these programs to be ready and work on these kind of jobs, including, as we mentioned, is that the optimization and also the system thinking aspects. As Adam mentioned, that this is an ecosystem. It's not only the aircraft, it's not only the people who are in the ground. It's actually from the design of the aircraft and the design of the flights and when is actually this flight is going to go. If this all data is fed into a system and a prediction model that can be used as an AI, that's going to also reduce the emission of the carbon. It can also improve the experience of these people who are flying and also reduce the cost actually on these industry who are actually like the operators and the airline and even the people who are in the ground.
Dr. Modi, I can see you nodding and you're going through the recruitment. Are you finding the right skills and that development skill and being able to attract the talent that could choose another industry that will equally appreciate that capability?
The good news is that Saudi Arabia is very advanced on the technology front and training in technology. And while the digital transformation is happening in all the sectors, there's enough youth in the country to go around. 60% of our population is under the age of 30. and a lot of them are getting educated in technology. So I don't think it will be a big challenge to find the right young talent in AI, Gen I, data analysis, big data, robotics, machine, and also in training, which is going to be incorporated in Riyadh there. When we talk about training using AR, VR, machine learning, where you can upskill and reskill and continuously do that in a safe environment. In addition, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, Saudi Arabia ranks second in the world in cybersecurity, and it's important in all sectors, aviation being no exception. So we're very high on that, I think, not just as Riyadh Air, but as a country. And because digital transformation from the name is a continuous process, you'll also need to train your team on continuous learning and agility. If we define ourselves as a digitally native company, or we like to say we're a digital company that enables travel, by default we need to embrace new technologies and we need to keep up with them. So we need to train our team on agility in that level. And if we're going to provide an exceptional guest experience, which involves the digital process from booking to getting feedback, then all our staff have to be trained in what is the back end of that digital process and experience.
And if I could continue, the Kingdom has set up and launched a Centre for Artificial Intelligence. And that centre isn't there just to provide governance, regulation and policy. They're also going to be building discrete platforms for AI in certain sectors of the Kingdom. So yes, the Kingdom in the experiences that I've had here for the last couple of years have really showcased the real drive of the country to leapfrog from a technological perspective in both vertical as well as horizontal. And the Centre for AI is definitely a strong demonstration of that. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you've used the words drive and investment and talking about Saudi Arabia and this region. My sense is there's a real optimism, there's a positivity. I wonder, is it a regional solution, or do you think it's demonstrating a global solution to perhaps North America or UK and Europe? What do you see as commonalities or differences in the challenge for human capital?
Again, with having a lens of the world from Washington to Sydney in terms of my office structure, what's happening in Saudi now is unparalleled anywhere in the world. The excitement here, the investment, the vision, like everybody I talk to in the country here is around the vision. And it's such an incredible, united vision. And I think that's the thing. There are so many visions around the world, but when it's been comprehensively supported by the country, that's when things happen, and happen at pace, and happen wholesale. And that talks to also the significant investment that the Kingdom's making, $2.4 trillion. And we talk about tech, 30% of that investment is in tech. So you can understand that technology and investment in technology is a real centerfold in terms of the aspirations of the Kingdom moving forward. Then when you then sit back and reflect upon how that compares to the rest of the world, again, with a global mindset, that there's nothing like this at the moment. And as such, I'm going to be moving here myself in September because I want to be part of the solution and really, yes, yes. So I'll be neighbours with a lot of you that are here today. So I'm very much looking forward to being here and really supporting the country from a talent perspective. Yes, thank you.
Exciting.
And to second Adam's point, as the people who have actually a lot of skeptical, since the industry, the aviation industry, is a highly regulated industry. So people are actually, the norm is that kind of industry will take some time to actually follow the leap of other industries. But Saudi Arabia was an exception by this enforcement of the investment and the clear vision that what we need to enable this kind of industry, and we need to actually join the other industry to actually move into the transformation that is happening at the government, which is usually takes a lot more time than the regulated industry. But Saudi was actually one of the countries that proven that as the government can actually transform, the highly regulated industry like aviation can also transform. It's a kingdom vision. Everybody has to go through it.
Yeah, and it speaks to a strong purpose and some underpinning values. I wonder, Dominic, do you recognise that in the North American continent, or do you think that there's lessons to be learned?
It's not my area, AI. However, at an institution level, we use it at a great deal through chatbots with our students. Whenever questions are asked, they're cycled through there. We have a texting system. Any question, it runs through until it gets to the right person. That's how we use it.
And more broadly, in that kind of sense of future, do you feel
I
that?
definitely think the predictive analytics is a big part of what AI is going to drive it. We all do have to embrace it. It is coming. It is going to save the industry countless dollars in the future. So it's something to look forward to.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing like seeing or having a computer understand your engine parameters for you, to tell you when to schedule maintenance, to tell you when inventory is needed, to predict and schedule maintenance before it's going to happen. So it's there, it's the future, and it's happening now.
Yeah, so you see some opportunity and
absolutely.
Optimism. And Mike, from your perspective, do you share the optimism, or do you still think there are significant challenges?
I'm broadly very optimistic. I think collaboration is a key part of what's going to make a difference. For example, in the UK, we have a collaboration between the British government, the aviation industry, and the third sector, the charity sector, called the Equal Skies Charter, which is about making aviation more accessible, mainly as the employer, so the services improve. And I think we're all human beings. I think we're talking about AI, we're talking about technology, which is fabulous, but that's half of the equation. The other half is we are all human beings that need to relate with each other, to collaborate with each other, and to make the world a better place together. And I think that's really what's going to drive this change. Improving diversity, getting more women into the sector, more ethnicities into the sector, and more disabilities into the sector. If I could just use an example about disability, disabled people are natural problem solvers. Every day we face a challenge, something that we need to tackle, and that makes us natural innovators. We're always thinking about how we can do things better, how we can do things differently. And by getting that into aviation, we think we can improve and help the sector get better at what it does. So that's a positive thing. It's not about complaint, it's not about problems, it's about making the world a better place. And I think that optimism will shine through. It takes time, nothing will happen overnight, but together we can all make a difference.
Yeah, in my own personal journey from employer to educator, I've been reflecting myself on my own career, and it is a reflection that is one ultimately of a passion. As you say, Mike, we're all human beings, and the realization of what these incredible machines could do to open up the world for us, to connect people and places, to connect culture and commerce. I wonder if we could just have some reflections, if we take it right back to how we attract those individual humans, those children at a primary school in France. How do we really excite them? What are the values? What are the tangible things we need to do to create that passion and for them to give aviation a little heart rather than a big red cross?
For me, it breaks down to the value proposition of the industry. It's so important to understand how many human beings are moved around the world, what that then enables us to do, both in terms of business or pleasure. To also focus on the movement of cargo, which we haven't really touched on so much. and the contribution that the industry makes in doing that. I can't remember what it was, but if you look at a cost of a general good, there's an X% of that cost affiliated to transportation of the goods. So one then understands the significance of the aviation industry, you know, and to be able to broadcast what that is. It really does then set a tone in terms of the value, the contribution the industry makes, and indeed the scale. So I think the messaging really needs to come through to make that very, very clear. And I think once that's set, once that's acknowledged, once there's an education in that, then you can then start to then drive a much more focused campaign. And the focused campaign would then be trying to lure the younger generation into an industry which is, as we said, deemed to be quite bureaucratic, old school, not really moving, but that's been disproved just now. So it's how one then takes this lightning rod of this new airline, and really perhaps use that as a case study, particularly within Saudi and within the greater region, to attract those most needed skills. Yeah.
I'd like to add on to that. I think a way to attract a younger generation into this field is starting early. Electrification is taking over the automobile industry in many parts of the world. UAVs and drones, get them excited that way, to know that there's a facet of this industry that's not just big gas turbine engines. You know, there's so much more out there. Get them young, get them excited. That's what it's all about. Have clubs, go to schools, and it's never too early to start with them. I really encourage you all to have a component of your industry visit schools or bring people in, let them see what's going on, because there's a lot of this industry that's good. It's not only evil.
Yeah, I second everything you both said, and I can see two young men over there. So that's how you should be doing it, involving them at a very early age, even younger. In addition to giving them a great guest experience, so we're not a big fat X when they do use airlines, but also I think involving them not just in understanding the industry, but being part of it in the sense of research and development, innovation. We have Mohiba, which is focused on gifted young Saudi talent, and they invest in competitions where they compete to develop in different sectors, to innovate. And actually, the Saudi team in ISAF last year won the majority of the awards worldwide in science. Yeah.
And if I can say, it's really given the youth the opportunity to challenge them and to ask them to be innovative. Yes, the industry is deemed, I'm looking at the two youth just there now, if you deem the industry to be dirty, well, how about the industry engage you in terms of, right, come up with innovative ideas in terms of how one overcomes that. So you can become the solution to the challenges that the industry faces. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think part of the awareness and the bigger picture is having that ecosystem that will actually allow the young generation to actually contribute to these main challenges that are labeling this industry like a dirty business or a dirty actually sector. So one of these things that also people can think is actually the small and medium enterprises, where actually you build the ecosystem as accelerator, or actually something that would allow people to pitch their ideas about maybe there is some room for improvement in the industry where you can actually reduce whatever is that gas emission or things that are hurting the environment. And also, what about digitizing things? We always think about the human aspects and the empathy, and how can we actually build this design thinking within this young generation that can actually think from this perspective, that can have this innovative idea and can build these startups that actually can solve some of these industry issues that are emerging. And another thing, as I believe is very important, is the interdisciplinary aspects. So a lot of people think that aviation is only pilots, people are on the ground. It's actually a very big ecosystem that can have a lot of different contributions from different fields. And sometimes fields, they have their own perspective that can shed light into that industry and can solve some of these problems.
Absolutely. I think there's a little bit of magic to the sky. I think there's something for everybody, be it the travel, be it the friendships, the network, the technology. I think we need to feel proud of our industry together. I think if we do become more sustainable, if we do work to reflect wider society, then I think we can all feel even more proud about what we do. We're making a difference to the world in a good way. And I think that ultimately will attract young people of every background into the sector. I want to work in aviation. I think maybe that was there in the past, and I think we need to work towards that into the future. Sustainable, ethical, really reflecting wider society, but ultimately putting smiles on faces. It should be fun. It's our workplace, it's where we spend most of our lives. Let's do it right, let's enjoy it, and let's make a difference together.
Very well said. I'd like to open the opportunity to the audience. Are there any questions or comments? Sir, in the second row here. Yeah.
Hi, hello. My name is Salvador, CEO of Seven Air Academy, Flight Academy in Portugal. Thank you all for the nice presentation. The slides that you were showing about CAE and Boeing forecasts for the next 20 years. And well, I'm more close to pilot training. On those forecasts, it shows for about 650,000 pilot needs for the next 20 years. But this offers, and this is probably around 7 times more than what we are training right now. So it's a big issue. And there's a lot of barriers on this. One of them being it's very expensive course to do. So and diversity as well, because not everyone can afford to spend money on a course like this. So the question is, what solutions do you see for the future for this big issue?
I don't think we've got an issue locally. I think that's, yeah, it's definitely a worldwide issue. Do you know there's no silver bullet, is there? Right, I know, yeah. And it's one needs to look at this in a wholesale manner, and one needs to look at significantly increasing all aspects of the talent management framework, and the industry must take accountability for doing that. The demand is there, and the industry must take accountability to enabling the supply, and working with educational institutions, tertiary education institutions, mentorships, internship programs. Pretty much everything we've discussed today needs to be done, but the industry needs to take accountability. Yeah.
I also feel your pain. There is no solution currently. However, in the pilot training sector, at least there's a clear pathway of what their future is going to look like. The investment, those applicants, the students, the people getting into this training make now, that might be 100 USD, it's going to pay off in 7-10 years. In other sectors of this industry, that pathway is not as clear. Aviation maintenance, that's air traffic control. They're going to go to one place and they're going to stay there. and their money isn't going to grow that much. So that pathway is a little more murky for them. So we all feel what you're feeling. There's no clear, at least the pilots have a pathway. At least you could demonstrate to them you're going to make it. You're going to be very happy one day.
Thanks for the question. Yeah.
I would add, I think there is more that industry can do. I think some of the positive attractors that we talked about, I think industry has benefited from. You know, we're glamorous, we're exciting, we're global. Fight to join us. And I do think there's a shift now, and I do see that industry, organisations, airlines, airports, maintenance MRO providers, I think we might have to think and work a bit harder as to how are we going to support, how are we going to be inclusive, what are the opportunities that, you know, the example that Modi gave around the training pathway, cadetship schemes for pilots, for example. So I do think perhaps not the IATA challenge, but a challenge that we as the industry need to think about is, are we doing enough to remove some of the barriers, the financial barriers, the inclusivity barriers, to bring that pipeline of talent in. So I think we need to work a bit harder, actually, personally. I saw another hand. I think there was a hand at the back. Sir in the jacket at the back. And then I will come to our next generation, of course.
Hi, I think my question is actually to Prince Sultan University and to Riyadh Air. One of the things which everybody talks about is a digital transformation. And I put it probably to a context, which is when we are trying to recruit people for, say, check-in staff, these young generation grown up with GUIs, clicks, and when you come to airport, you still need to enter the syntax and everything else. And how is that digital transformation? How are we preparing the young generation to be employable, ready to transformation? And what is the digital transformation phase at the capacity building someone like Prince Sultan University or Riyadh Air is preparing to do? What's the plans?
Okay, thank you. It's actually a very important question, and I feel is digital transformation. From the name, it's a journey. So, as education institution, we need to actually build these digital capabilities within that curriculum in that university. But the generation is actually changing. Now they have the foundations. I think most of the things that we need to teach them is how to use this effectively and how to put in the context that is ethical and also inclusive and all other aspects of that responsible use of these technologies. And also putting it in the specific context within the industry that they are going to work on. If being it is aviation or the financial aspect or whenever is that industry. So it's going to be part of that education. It's also evolving as the intake and the generation actually changing. Now the young generation are using these chatbots and they're using these different aspects. Is now the role is changing is how to use them effectively, how to use them in ethical aspects, and also how to use them within that industry, within your field, within that actually curriculum, and use them very responsibly. I think this is what we need to do.
Thank you. He's coming.
Can we have get a university about aviation in Saudi Arabia in future?
Yes. We have already a program in aviation that started in 2012, aviation management. Next year we are establishing a new College of Space and Aviation Sciences, that is going to offer undergrad and graduate programs both for the aviation and space.
Happy?
So you need to apply now. You need to get to know Dr. Mamdouh today.
And to add, I think, and we touched on it a little earlier, the point around collaboration. I'm beginning to observe, in all aspects of aviation, much stronger collaboration. I was at an event at the Royal Aeronautical Society where both Boeing and Airbus were in the room working together. And I think there's opportunity for collaboration not only between academia and industry to make the teaching and the education really relevant, really pertinent, but actually across some of the educational institutions. So my university in the UK, pure aerospace and aviation postgraduate university, we have partnerships with Europe, but aviation is a global world. Why don't we have partnerships much more broadly? Our students are international, so our education, I think, could become more international. Yes, please. There was an earlier hand over there, but it's gone. The mic's just coming.
Good morning. I'm Ali Reza. I'm a professor of operation and maintenance in Australian University of Kuwait, Department of Aviation. Just concerning the pilot issues, perhaps we have to think in this way that the shortage of 650,000 pilots is not just because of the demand. The rate of the income, induction of the pilots decreasing, and we have to think why that's happening. Is it really the field that is attractive like what it was before in 1970s, 80s, 90s, and why it is really decreasing the attraction? And basically just the first impression is that they are really under high load. Airlines and air carriers have lots of demand on them. When they are in this profession, they are locked to this business. They cannot plan for their private life perhaps. They have plenty of restriction in their private life, and so on. This problem does not exist in maintenance engineering, in ATC, in other fields. So perhaps we have to think about a different business model in their career to create more attraction and then to fulfill the industry requirement. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And how can technology help us address some of those issues? The way we impose flying schedules on pilots, is there not a cleverer way with technology, with AI, with solutions that, pilots have more say over their lifestyle, and could that help? So, yeah.
I think
Okay. Any final questions?
There's somebody in the back.
Yep.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Questions about collaborations in the hand-on or in the job trainings, because I'm talking here about the ground crew to support the aviations. Currently in state, and just do it like academically, they will need also OJT or in job trainings. So what's the plan here in Saudi to collaborate with the current operation model to complete the circles, and before the graduates finish the programs, they have an OJT. There is specific programs now, but it's just for very limited, and it's just for specific airlines or specific program, but generically like the academic program. Thank you.
I touched upon it a little bit, but because we're not operating yet, we're not fully hands-on with that. We can't be yet. We will operate mid-quarter next year, and we plan to incorporate that. We're already doing it corporate in the office. I mentioned rotating in different departments, whether you're commercial, finance, later on operations. We'll definitely be doing that with the ground handlers and all the operational side of it. But I can't really speak to that today as Riyadh there.
Yeah, but we are actually engaging with these companies, and part of their requirements is actually on-the-job training. So some of them we agreed that will have 7 months part of the program that is part of its on-ground training. Some of them require 1 year, complete year, as part of the program. So we are engaging with them as to make it part of the program, as part of the graduation requirements, in order for that students to be actually ready to the job market.
Yeah, not in Saudi Arabia, obviously, but back in the UK, my own university has an airport, and we have a ground operations research facility. So we make the point that all of our students, we get them out of the classroom, and we give them close proximity to operational airport, to ground operations. To your point, you have to see at a certain point what is happening on the ground. So, we're nearing the end of our time together, so I'd like to invite our panel to just give us a 1-minute summary for each of you as individuals. What are the key priority things we need to do to address this question? How can we put human capital, skills and talent front and centre to safeguard aviation? So 1 minute each, your quick fire round. Ike.
Right, starting my clock. So I think I'm going to, obviously as you might expect, talk about diversity. How important that is to make our workplaces more exciting, more diverse, increase the knowledge, better workplace and obviously better services for our customers. Talking about disability again, there are now disabled pilots, disabled engineers, disabled air traffic controllers, disabled people in IT. We recently had a commercial pilot in the UK get a job with an airline. He's a double amputee. There's people with neurodiversity becoming commercial pilots. To use an example of one job that you're all very familiar with. That goes right across the sector. So get that diversity into your organisations.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panellists. I hope we've provided some inspiration to you and that you can use your own personal journeys and personal inspiration to go on and inspire others to continue all of us on our journey in aviation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for joining our panel this afternoon. So before we start the panel and the debate, so we'll have a short presentation from Jeffrey that managed Populous, one of the leading architectural and creative design firms working on the mega events and the mega infrastructure type of space, including on the airport. So we'll talk us a little bit more about how to define the different profiles of the passengers, what they are experiencing, that looking for, and what that means from an infrastructure and value proposition perspective. And then we'll open a bit the session for the full panel. But just before Jeffrey starts on stage with the presentation, I just want to quickly introduce the panel. So Mozamil Hussain. Mozamil is the CEO of Musafair, the leading travel agency in Saudi Arabia. Turkey, Al Shayat, the Chief Commercial Officer of Tiba, that manage one of the leading airports in the kingdom with the religious traffic, and we'll talk us a little bit more about that. So Jeffrey quickly presents. Then we have Sam Chui, the most famous world aviation blogger in the world. Sam, nice to have you back here on panel at the Future of Aviation Forum. And finally, Khalil Lambret, that used to be the former CEO of ACP, the Air Connectivity Program in Saudi, and then moved to Canada 1.5 years, 2 years ago, roughly, and is currently the Chief Commercial Officer at the Greater Toronto Pearson Airport. Thank you very much. I ask applause for all the panel members. So, Jeffrey, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Jeffrey Axe with Populous. I'm going to do a quick intro. We're here to talk about tourism, travel, and passengers. So my intro here is going to be about how we figure out what our passengers want, what they're interested in, and how we define that into projects itself. So I'm going to go through this as quickly as possible so that we can have further discussion. What's important to us is that the future looks different to everyone. We can see just standing in this room how many different backgrounds, how many different cultures, how many different individuals, how many different travel styles we have. Life experiences and changing driving factors as to how we define the future of our airports and the passenger journey overall. What we like to do is we like to think of passengers as an iceberg. We see the very surface of everybody at the top. Are we a business traveler? Are we a lifestyle traveler? Are we a family traveler? But everybody has a very deep connection as to how they make their way through an airport. They've got different decision points, different factors, different stories, things that happen to them every single day, defining their experiences as they go through the airport, and different perspectives as to how they move their way through, how they make decisions. And every single person ends up as a unique individual in the airport. So how do we each travel? How do we make that decision? How do we make our airports as succinct as possible? How do we provide a travel journey for each passenger, but not spend more than we have to building and building and building? Everybody has their own story. We're designing for the future is how we do that. We listen to our passenger stories. We sit down, we talk with them, we try to understand, we survey passengers. We want to hear all their different voices as they go through. We do that and we try to provide what is the vision for tomorrow. And we'll talk a lot about that as we go through the panel today. As we learn from all of that, everybody's profile is different, whether we're a child going through, whether we're your grandmother, whether we're traveling through a pandemic. Every bit of it changes as we happen. So to be able to take that and show you how that process works, I'm just going to walk you very quickly through a couple of examples so you can see what that looks like in an actual project. 30 million passengers attempting to go through the Austin airport, which was designed for 15 million 20 years ago. How do we make that shift as they grow? We go through a visioning process, we survey passengers, we do workshops, and we set forward a strategic plan. We collect data as we go through, meeting with thousands of passengers ahead of time, and we dissect all the information. From that data, we create passenger profiles and personas, every single one being different through the process. We sit with an airport, we play games with an airport to decide what their passengers are like, and then we develop all that data into passenger journeys, highlighting impacts on the right side as you go through. Those impacts become actual project examples of where passengers touch, where they connect, and where they can move through a space comfortably and enjoyably. I'm going to skip this one in the interest of time here. The convention center, but very similar process as we go through, learning and understanding and collecting data from passengers, thousands of touch points that turn into how you react and how we design a space for cultural experiences, digital environments, and experiential activities. The last piece I'm going to show so that we can get onto our conversation here, the Kansai International Airport in Osaka. This airport is being prepared for the 2025 World Expo. We will have the entire world traveling through that airport within 12 months from now. How do we develop that? How do we also design for an airport of 40 million passengers in the next year, but was originally designed for 25 million passengers with an incorrect split in how it worked? That airport was designed for a domestic traffic. We're now going to move to an international traffic within the passengers. Again, we sit down, and in this particular case, as we met, we actually cartoon set a diagram for the airport of how you can walk through with airport directors, airport staff, and stakeholders to develop what the journeys will look like and how the passengers read through their touch point, their spend capability, and the things that they like. What do passengers feel when they go through an airport? How do they decide what they want to do? And how will they spend their time through decision points in an airport? Make it calm and easy. This is part of the flow of the airport. You can see on the left, the green area, primarily a domestic departure lounge. On the right side, the red area, your new international departure lounge that was designed for the spend habits of the international passenger, the commercial traffic that goes through, in an area that went and activated different moods within the airport, touching on the wants, needs, and desires of the passenger. Phased work that went through, it's operating in different openings throughout the last 2 years and over the next 12 months. And then just some examples of how you turn those storyboards, those cartoon sets, into actual design, spend habit, increase commercial revenue through an airport. There's a lot more back to these stories that I know you can understand, but we want to have a big conversation here with everybody. It's a lot of information. I'd love to share all the data with you when we can, but this is actual photograph. This is from the phase 1 opening of the building, and you can see how we've taken the cartoon sets all the way through render to actual development. So, again, the idea, understand your passenger, learn through what you're doing, develop the data, talk with your designers, talk with your commercial properties and your stakeholders, turn that into reality. You will have a better passenger journey and experience. So, yeah.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
As fast as I could.
Yeah. Yesterday there was a lot of discussion about the non-aero business on the airport, so you can see today exactly like people like Jeffrey, so what they are doing to make sure that the airports can monetize the travelers and to help to diversify the non-aero business. Good, so let's start with the panel, and I would like to start with you, Mozamil. So we are going to discuss a lot about the travelers' behaviors and how that is evolving over time, what are the new preferences. You are the CEO of the leading travel agency in Saudi Arabia. Tell us a little bit more about what you see as the key preferences of the travelers today, and how do you see that evolving in the future? There's a lot of talk about moving seamless, frictionless, people going more into adventures, experience type of tourism. Can you elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, great. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I think, first of all, I would say the Saudi traveler has continued to evolve pre-COVID and post-COVID. While the Saudis generally always love to travel, whether it's domestically or internationally, there's been a significant growth in domestic travel, which has grown specifically on the back of the growth of the tourism initiatives, as well as the increased connectivity with the increase in airline routes or better airports, better accessibility. From a traveler behavior perspective, generally speaking, the customers here are very last minute. So a lot of times people walk into even our airport branches and book a ticket for a flight that's happening in a few hours. So they need very accessible booking experiences, not only for the flight, but for the whole trip. And also, it's about seamless traveler journey, as you guys mentioned. When they're getting to the airport, the first thing they remember is, this is a good airport because I didn't have a bad experience, or there was great shopping or a great restaurant at the airport. And we find that they want to have as much as possible accessibility to the flight, more information about the flight, more information about the terminal, more information about the immigration requirements, the accessibility. We have a lot of customers now pre-book their online check-in, so they get their boarding pass in advance of the flight, so seamless, convenient experiences.
Good. Sam, you are the world's most famous aviation blogger, more than 10 million followers, 25 million visits a month. You probably experience almost every single airline and different seats configurations in the world. Tell us a little bit more, how do you see the traveler's preference to evolve, particularly with the new Gen Z? What are they looking for, and how do you see the impact of that in the future of the travel and leisure business?
Thank you. As you mentioned, I keep flying, I keep gaining weight, and I became a planet here. How many of you use social media to look up your travel to come here, right? And that's what I do these days. And I think TV, radio, magazine, newspaper, that doesn't work anymore. What we're after is a dynamic and immersive experience. And we like to travel, we like to show off, we like to create Snapchat, we like to do Instagram stories, we like to share. And then, and hoping that there's more people view at it and go viral. And I think that's a very cool platform, and these days very important to capture the audience through these immersive content. And if you can keep your brand popping up the names, keeping up appearances, and you're a winner.
Jeffrey, you have been designing airports for the last 25 years, pretty much all over the world. Yesterday, we heard a lot of talks about the new airports coming to the region, and here in Riyadh in particular, to really try to create a different type of customer experience and traveler's experience. Tell us a little bit more about what are the airports of the future, your views on these ideas. Should the airports be a shopping mall? Should be a very efficient kind of way to process people? What do we expect that will revolutionize the traveler's experience?
Well, thank you. Great question. And I don't have a crystal ball in front of me, so millions of things can happen, different ways we can approach this in the future. But my personal viewpoint is that airports are expanding, not just in the size they are, but in what they do. Airports are a business as well, and the more things that we can begin to incorporate have different environments. Where does an airport sit within the city? How many people can actually go into the airport? Can our security get to the place where we're not concerned whether we have passengers or non-passengers in the airport any longer? And in which case then you have a truly open environment where you're creating now a destination. And I think for me, the destination is the thing that we're looking towards. And is that destination solely within the airport, or in a company like mine where we design other building types that involve people? Can we have airports associated with a building like this? Can we have conventions and airports mixed together within the same building? Can we do sports activities? Can we have true malls? I think where we're headed is the true destination, that we're not just flying through an airport to get where we're going, that our airport becomes part of the place we are trying to get to.
Good. Turkey, you have been working a lot on the airport space in the kingdom, before in Jeddah, and now with Tiba, with Medina Airport, the first PPP example of an airport in the region. So tell us a little bit more in your perspective as the Chief Commercial Officer. How can you really help to monetize the travelers and still provide the great experience and take into consideration completely different types of travelers' profiles, income levels? What are your plans?
Well, thank you, Andrea. Coming from Medina and got the honor to serve in Jeddah Airport before, I believe we have two types of passengers. The first type is the individual passengers who usually travel for a business trip or a small family. And the second type, which is the group of passengers who usually travel together at minimum of 40 passengers at a time. And usually they do the religious visits in Saudi Arabia, whether in Hajj or Umrah. So we need, as an airport operators, to focus on those passengers because they are representing around 60% of our international flights. And we're talking here about Jeddah and Medina. And Jeddah and Medina together representing around 60% of the total air traffic movement in Saudi Arabia. So it's a big chunk of the traffic forecast. So handling those passengers, the group one, in a way that will serve the overall passenger satisfaction I believe we have created something related to the baggage drop-off facility. It's a remote check-in facility away from the terminal. So now the passengers in Mecca and Al-Madinah can ship and send their baggage directly to the terminal, to that check-in facility ahead of the flight. Let's say 12, 24 hours ahead of the scheduled flights. This solved the issue related to the check-in area, so there is no congestion in that area anymore. The passengers will come free of bags. This is an initiative actually initiated by GACA and Matarat in the first place. And it solved the operational issues behind that, a big number of passengers moving in the terminal. So now they are coming to the terminal free of bags. They go directly to the security gate. They spend more time in the duty-free. They spend more time in the food and beverage. And this is what we are doing in the airport operations overall. As what Steve Jobs said, if you want to walk fast, you will walk alone. But if you want to go or walk far, you need to work together. And this is why GACA, Matarat, all stakeholders are working together to solve a lot of issues behind the passengers' services. Thank you.
Khalil, I came to Saudi a few years ago to really help to reinforce the connectivity and reinforce the presence of Saudi in the global map as the CEO of the Air Connectivity Program, developing new routes. From there, you went to Canada as the Chief Commercial Officer of a very large airport, close to 50 million passengers. Tell us a little bit more about where do you see the future heading from a traveler's preferences, and what do you see that is applying in Canada, and is that relevant here in Saudi as well?
Yeah, I guess I'll try to tackle the first question first. We are tracking over 16 trends from a passenger experience perspective. Some are related to technology, some are related to the change in the behavior of passengers, whether we're talking about leisure, we're talking about accessibility, aging population. We're also developing our personas, as Jeffrey has presented, to make sure that we map the experience of passengers based on the persona that we have defined. Generally, personas are around 6 or 7. They are different from the typical demographic that we are using, but mainly focusing on the emotional needs from a passenger perspective. But the reality now is that even with this persona concept, we are all different within the same persona. So the reality is that in the future, travel needs to be personalized based on each one's needs. And then with data, today, we are able to do that. Whether we can do it or we are doing it, we're far from that. So we have data, we have social media data, we can collect passenger information at every touch point, we can collect passenger needs before they start their journey. The issue really that we have from an airport industry perspective is not really the strategy. It's not understanding what we need to provide our passengers. It's not necessarily assessing or describing the passenger experience across touch points. The main issue we have in the airport industry is actually the execution. Sometimes something as simple as the way how passengers are being treated at the airport from a courtesy perspective. Going back to simplicity, I would say is the key objective of every airport. You see some airports that they focus on the wow aspect. They focus on bringing the best technology, like the best app in order to interact with their passenger. But the moment you reach the curb, there is someone yelling at you that you need eventually to move on from the curb because you're blocking traffic. The moment you reach the check-in, there is an upset check-in agent that doesn't want necessarily to treat you the same way how you want to be treated. So I guess the focus should not only be in maximizing the use of technology, but making sure that first we address the needs of passengers from a service perspective. When you look at passenger experience, the way how we look at it is almost looked at the pyramids of needs. So there is the basic needs, what we call the fundamental, the functional airport needs. making sure that the queues are short, that the passenger, the operation is oiled, that there is no complexity in terms of the airport operation, that it is convenient, that it is quick and seamless. And then we look at the second step in the pyramid, which is the amenities and the ambience, and making sure that there is a product for everyone when we look at our passenger profile, without forgetting obviously our accessibility challenged passenger as well, that sometimes do not necessarily have a voice within the airport ecosystem. And then finally, what we focus on as an airport as well is what we call the memorable journey, is the wow effect, is that single element that you do. It's like cherry on top of the cake that will make the journey memorable across the board. So I said, from an airport perspective, it's all theory. The practice is something else when we look at the execution. So going back, obviously, to the Saudi ecosystem, I believe the advantage that Saudi has right now, as it has been eventually mentioned by my colleagues, is that the entire country has one vision, and then the entire ecosystem are working towards that vision. This particular element, you don't see it in many airports around the world, and this is really something that needs to be leveraged to create something big, which basically the ecosystem is working on.
Sam, let's now talk a little bit more about the new types of travel and how things are evolving, right? So you have been traveling, I think, more than 100 countries in the world, more than 3 million miles. You're like almost like one of us in the consulting business. So you definitely know about travel. Where do you see like the new travel preferences heading? You see a lot of growth on the ecotourism, wellness, adventure. Can you share a bit your views on the topic?
I think it's all about personalization. It's all about, unique experiences from now on. Those old tours, like one size fits all, doesn't work anymore. I mean, if you're a foodie, you go on a foodie tour. If you're a coffee lover, you go on a coffee shop hopping tour, right? And coming back to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is unbelievable. It was so difficult to get a visa prior to 2018 to visit. But when it finally opened, the bureaucracy reduced. You get your e-visa instantly within 5 minutes. I came here in 18, had a tour, had a blast. I made 3 videos. And I remember those videos performed better than any other destination I've done. And I was wondering why there's so much curiosity about this place. And I'm thinking the future is so bright because there are so much giga projects coming up and nobody have seen it, nobody have been there. So I think as a content creator, there's a lot of opportunities to create content. And then it's the same for a Saudi tourism operator. I think they can also think about you're a business. But you could also be a content creator because you have a phone here. You could create those good content and people will watch and people will come, right? It's how it works for me and how it works for you.
Well, Daniel, so you heard now Sam talking about the new products, the new content. How do you push that to the market as a tour operator?
I think it's also, the colleague said it earlier, it's an ecosystem. The airlines, the hotels, the tour operators, they all have to work together. We play a part in that ecosystem, but ultimately it's about awareness, working with content creators, working with marketing channels to create awareness about informing the customer what's available, especially all of the new things that are opening in Saudi. A lot of people don't know, even from Saudi don't know what's available in Saudi. So it's all about awareness, creating the right triggers and offers. There's a lot of offers have to trigger awareness. So people know about what's happening in Al Ula or the Red Sea, but they don't know how to book it. They don't know what they can do there in detail, what's the right places to go. So our job is to work with the ecosystem to create awareness, but also to make sure that our staff, our technology have the ability to book them and train our employees. We have our own in-house training center, for example, that trains employees about destinations so they can educate the customers as well.
Turkey, you have a lot of incoming demand, religious flow, almost I would say a very strong captive point-to-point demand. Not all the other airports in the world have that luxury, so that's great. But at the same time, there are some challenges of that. So what are your main challenges? What are you doing to tackle that and to still make sure that you are diversifying the offer and tapping into different types of demand?
Sure. Actually, in Medina right now, we are in the stage of developing the facility. And so we are in the second phase of construction. And the expansion works will start by Q3 this year, inshallah. and we will reach in 2027 around 17 million passenger as the capacity of the terminal. As you know, the National Aviation Strategy now has set a target for each airport, and we are forecasting or estimated the traffic number that will reach around 35 million passengers by 2030 as per the strategy level. And the demand in Medina is very high, similar to Jeddah. As you know, people are willing to travel to Medina as well as travel to Jeddah to do the religious activity. And also, we are creating something related to the entertainment in the city with the other stakeholders. So in the future, we have a concept for airport cities. Started in Medina and Jeddah, they believe Riyadh will have the same. And in that city, it will be some entertainment, some hospitality, some theaters, some activities that the passenger could enjoy before traveling. Thank you.
Always like them to stay longer and to spend more. So, Khalil, in Canada, do you see the urban tourism and ecotourism to be a relevant component today as well of the offer of the airport and of the airlines? Are you adjusting the profile of the destinations and your airport offer to tackle these new type of consumer preferences as well?
Yeah, we do. So we see a huge focus on that, also on sustainability as well. But what's important really is to make sure that we're providing a choice to every type of passenger. And then, as we said earlier, making sure that we are understanding the needs of passengers, mapping their journey, and then continuously surveying them to see eventually the shift in demand is really important. So in a nutshell, yeah, we do see an increased focus on ecotourism. We also do see an increased focus on sustainability and then accessibility aspect, as I mentioned earlier.
Jeffrey, we are hearing a lot of people talking about making the airports a destination in itself and to create a very unique kind of iconic type of design. What are the implications of that for you as a designer of the airports if you look like 20, 30 years ahead?
Yeah, again, no crystal ball, right? So I think some of what Khalil talked about earlier is really on point, right? Treating passengers right is the first thing that we need to do, and working with our staff and just having great emotional connections with the people that are coming through your airport, how you deal with them, understanding that their days are very different all the way around. But when you move to a destination, we often get airports who come to us and say, we want a world-class airport, we want to be the best at this, and in comparison to what? Right? What is your particular goal? So I think it's different for every place that goes out there. But in terms of how we create a destination, I truly believe each airport needs to decide what they're looking for in their particular destination. We're talking about airports that go primarily with passengers with religious activities. What is the need in that particular airport? We have airports that are in cities that have numerous live sporting events where Olympics are going to occur, for example, or the World Cup. And how do we create the destination that moves around that and has the flexibility to go into the future 30 or 40 years after that event is over? So I think a lot of what we do and a lot of what we suggest and what's in sort of our heart and passion as we develop airports and the destinations that occur in their cities is understanding the data, knowing how to compile it and utilize it for the best possible resource. What we don't want is things that are obsolete as soon as they're open. We want to have flexibility, we want to be able to grow into them, and we want to be able to the best we can, see into the future, read that crystal ball, even though it's impossible, but understand how we can be flexible without spending more money than we need to. Mm-hmm.
Sam, we are hearing a lot about having these iconic airports, top-class airlines to really provide the best service in the world, even new airlines coming to the market here in Saudi Arabia. But this typically comes at a cost. Are the passengers ready to pay that? Is there any risk of a mismatch on the price that people are willing to pay vis-a-vis the cost of offering a top-notch value proposition, particularly in a context that the Gen Z is moving more and more towards LCC type of airlines?
Sure, I think there is an appetite for different categories because different segments of the market, and the market's large. There's takers for everything. I actually was really impressed with the AI, the ChatGPT driven technology. I share you a personal story. I lost my wallets when I came here, and I was thinking, would it be cool if on the airline, I probably left on the plane, right? And the airline has a feature just like I click and I say I lost my wallets, and then this sent to the report to the lost and found, and maybe somebody can come back to me and say we found it, fortunately, right? And I think on the normal travel situation, you wouldn't face any issues. You might not think these are lifesavers, but let's say when you face delays, when you face weather problems, or when you face abnormal operation, your queues are so long to go to customer service. You don't want that. You want to go on the phone and talk to whoever is there and just say, when is my flight now? And then somebody give you an answer. Which one is, how can I rebook it? So I think in the future, I think everything could be done on seamlessly without going through all the hassles of travel.
It's actually an excellent transition for the next topic around the technology and the AI. Muzanil, so in the future, everything will be seamless and integrated, not only on the airport, but on the full traveler experience and the booking process, right? So how far are we to be at the point that an airline will automatically push an offer and say, Andrea, with 92% probability, would like to travel to London this specific day of the week, this flight, these seats, this meal, this movie. This is the car for you booked at the destination. This is the hotel where you're staying, the concerts, the events, and by the way, suggesting to book a table at a restaurant to have dinner with a friend that is there at the same time. How far are we to make this dream a reality, and what are you doing as a tour operator to move into that direction and leveraging the AI capabilities?
I mean, I think maybe what you I think you said it correctly, it's a dream. That is a very full experience. I think what we see is AI and technology are using to make each part of the journey seamless and easier. So either offering dynamic pricing, for example, offering selected hotels, what's the best hotels based on your persona or your profile or your travel history. That's something that we are already doing and we're working on. But a full integrated journey, I think you will find that also people don't want to plan right away. They also want to let things happen as they go naturally. So you have to use technology to allow to recommend, but still give the customer a lot of choice. So it's about creating that, here's some ideas for you based on your history, here's where you could go, here's where you should go, here's some options, but don't actually force it on the customer. So it's that balance.
Turkey, you mentioned some of the initiatives you are doing in Medina. There are many other initiatives happening on the kingdom to really push the boundaries in terms of digital innovation, AI. But this requires a lot of coordination among different stakeholders. What are you doing to bring that coordination alive and to make sure that that will help to increase the passenger experience?
Sure. So this is a very interesting topic, and I believe as an airport operator, we are focusing on establishing a digital application. So the passenger, before they arrive in, they know that how many car renters they will face, how many restaurants are located there, how many coffee shops are located in the terminal, and the location of that services as well. As an airport operator, we need to understand the passenger profile overall, because serving the passengers is our job to make sure that they are satisfied. For example, if you have a high number of traffic coming or traveling to Egypt, we need to provide something related to those passengers. For example, the Egyptian restaurant, a lot of communication with the booking and the hotels to serve their demand. In terms of digitalization, a lot of services currently we are working with the airlines. As I told you before, the package drop-off, one of the services, car rentals, buses, transportations overall, and even in the hotels itself. So we hope that in the future, the journey of the passenger can be completed from traveling from his destination to Medina and going back.
Khalil, obviously more data will have a lot of upside for this business, right? So you can maximize predictability, avoid certain disruptions, maximize the commercialization aspect and some of the value proposition. But to get there, you need to integrate all of that data. In certain parts of the world, like in the kingdom, some of those reforms are easy to do than other jurisdictions. What are you doing to tackle these challenges and to bring the data and leveraging the data to the next level?
Yeah, I guess first this is a very difficult challenge to have, especially in the other part of the world whereby data is considered as information generally is considered as a source of power, and then every stakeholder is protecting the information. The integration of the information is not happening as we wish to as an airport. The lack of that integration, coming back to the customer experience, is damaging the customer experience at the end of the day. So challenges from an airline data, so airport, for example, in order to maximize the resources or to optimize the resources and the services, they need eventually a certain level of airline data to be shared or a certain level of other stakeholders' data to be shared. Unfortunately, this is not happening yet to a certain level that will allow predictability of journeys and then also predictability of service. So we are working on our stakeholders to highlight the value, to basically show that it is a win-win situation, and then to also give them confidence that that data is not going to be used against, obviously, their willingness or in an uncompetitive way. But the opportunity is huge. To your earlier question about predictability of what a passenger needs, to me, airports business in general are dinosaurs when it comes to innovation compared to other businesses. Today, technology, when you look at it, you open your Instagram or you open your Facebook, they detect what you want even without talking about it. We spoke about listening before. Now, it's even from an algorithm perspective, they can tell you exactly what you want. You're thinking about it, and then the offer comes to you. So the technology is there. But why airports or airlines are not adopting that technology? Because generally, the ecosystem is risk adverse. So as an ecosystem, we focus on cost, we focus on return on investment. Look at what we have said before. We said that we are looking at understanding our passenger needs by doing surveys and understanding the persona. But this is, in a nutshell, this is the first step. Is it sufficient? I don't believe it's sufficient. Like as Ford has said, and then you all know the quote, if I have asked them, if I asked my customers what they want, they would have asked for a faster horse. So is this exactly what the aviation business is doing right now? We are reacting to our current need as opposed to predicting what the needs of our passengers needs to be. But that doesn't mean I said that we cannot do that. It's just that it costs, really it has a certain level of cost. Innovation is about failure, but we're not adopting that yet in the industry.
Jeffrey, you are always the one with the difficult challenge, right? And as you're saying, no one necessarily has the crystal ball. You need to design airports for the next 50, 60, 70 years. So how are you embedding AI as part of that design process? And how are you embedding AI as part of the day-to-day experience inside the airport, beyond the normal automation that everyone is talking about?
Yeah. Well, this is a great environment to be able to do it because neither my information technology group nor my company lawyers are here. So I can say whatever I want and they won't hear about it all the way back in the US. So, AI is a tricky situation, and we've heard a lot of different opinions about it in the moment already. I agree that we shouldn't expect that it provides us the full journey. We shouldn't be so locked in. I also agree that we have to be flexible in how we're doing it, and that our phones are in fact listening to us. Right, just on my way here, my phone was able to tell me 25 different things that I could do and visit without me searching for it. So, how we integrate it in. It's giving us the power now to do so much more with the data that we've collected and what we have. Our team members could not do much more than evaluate and dissect yes, no, multiple choice answers. But when we go out and we survey passengers or we collect information off of social media, we're able to do it at individual word prompts rather than multiple choice questions where we just have 25% answer this or 30% answer that question. We can dissect tens of thousands of individual random answers and connect dots between words, thoughts, and feelings that we never were able to do before. That ability allows us to stretch our design knowledge so much further, so much faster. It can't predict the future of where we're going to go, but it allows us to feel much more stable in what we're doing today. And then the challenge as designers has always been how to be as flexible as possible with public infrastructure that has a need to last 30, 40, 50 years versus stadiums that we design and a stadium owner gets bored with their building in 10 years and is okay to spend $500 million to redo it. So
we heard a lot about the airports and service providers. Let's hear about you, Sam, on the traveler's preference. What do you like to see in an airline app, in the airport, in the in-flight entertainment system, inside the aircraft, that you are not seeing today? So,
I think that a hot topic we're speaking a lot in the forum is sustainability, right? And then sustainability is kind of a invisible stuff. It's really like you don't see the results of it. You know, you see the gain very hardly to see. I don't know, like maybe the temperature goes up or down. I'll tell you this, I would love to see more ways to showing sustainability. And I remember a couple of years ago when, before the topic became hot, I already made a video on KLM Airlines, and they were one of the leaders talking about using less plastic or using SAF, and talking about all the challenges of all of this, right? And however, people don't buy into it. People think this is greenwashing. People think this is just marketing because they don't see the results of sustainability. And to be honest, I want to ask everyone here, how many of you really spend $10 or $20 to offset your emissions? Do you do that at all? Anyone? One? Only two? Yeah, majority, we don't do it maybe because we don't see the end result of it, or it takes 50 years to see the tree build up there, so you know, it's like, what the heck? So I would love to see a seamless travel more on everything, especially during disruptions, and also better ways to come up with sustainability as well.
Just on that point, and everyone obviously is talking a lot about sustainability, and it's definitely a very hot topic right now. But you're saying, are really people walking the talk as they talk? Question mark, right? What do you think that should be done from executive leaders to really accelerate that journey towards the sustainability, Sam?
It's a very long-term game. With majority, I follow airlines more closely. The airlines are using either sustainable aviation fuel, but how much we can found the fuel and the price of the fuel, who's to pay that kind of stuff, that's also a huge question mark, right? And the second thing was the engine maker and the airplanes. You know, I think there's still many, many more years away from those promises of the hydrogen-powered airplane or hybrid airplane. The smaller sectors displayed on here, I saw the eVTOLs they're exciting. They're about to take off maybe in 1 or 2 years getting certified. But the bigger planes, I don't know, it will take much longer term approach. What I think, it should not be prohibitive though. It should not be like, because we're gonna pollute or we're gonna have more emissions, then everyone should stop travel. I absolutely disagree with that idea. I think we should find, you know, new technologies to overcome all of these travels, and because we know the travel is going to increase many folds in the future.
Still on this point of sustainability, both for you, Khalil, and Turkey. So what are you doing as airport operators to really drive the sustainability and make sure that the case is there is a business rationale, and then at the same time the agenda is being tackled?
Yeah, so Toronto Pearson is committed to reduce to be net zero by 2050. So that's something that we have, committed to, and that we are doing action eventually to achieve that. Typical actions related to waste management, energy management. We have launched a capital development program a couple of weeks ago, which basically has a very big element of a GHG reduction from a technology infrastructure perspective. We're looking at different way of building from a circularity perspective. So there are a number of actions that we're doing. We are also measuring our carbon emission, whether it is directly or indirectly, to ensure that we have have KPIs and targets, and we are transparently sharing it with our stakeholder to basically measure ourselves against that target and against that growth. But most importantly, also from a commercial perspective, we are also influencing our commercial partner and concessionaires that want eventually to do business with us to have a specific target in terms of sustainability, whether in terms of single-use, banning single-use plastics as an example within our airports, or having a very specific target when it comes to energy usage or waste management. So there are a number of activities that we're doing, but most importantly, it's not only about what our passengers need. This is the value that we want to show as an airport. It's part of our values, part of our commitment for Earth. Sometimes passengers may ask for it. Not everyone is asking for it, but it's important really to maintain that as a commitment for a greener Earth globally.
Anything to add, Turkey, from a Saudi perspective?
Yeah, I think as an airport operator, we should encourage the investors and the private sector more about enhancing the sustainability and the service providing at the airport itself. And as an example, fast tracking is a major thing that we need to focus on. E-gates for immigration, this is another thing that we have successfully done during the past few months. And we hope that in the future we bring a lot of services as well. In the same time, I believe as an airport operator, we need to focus on how to utilize our airports. For example, now the designers have building the terminals with a design capacity. But when you are talking about the operational capacity, it's something else. So we need to think smart in the future. How can we utilize that facilities to operate more than the design capacity with maintaining the same level of service or the international level of service overall?
Jeffrey, from a design perspective, so what are the key features that people are demanding or that you are embedding in your latest projects to really bring sustainability to the next level?
It varies depending on the airport. I mean, you know, from what Sam said, right? I have a loyalty with a particular airline that I fly with, and every year they ask me to use some of my loyalty points to offset their carbon for flying, and you know, it's like, sure, where's the value in that for me? Why am I spending that effort, right? But I agree with what we're hearing elsewise that education is a huge part of this. So when we can involve passengers in what's happening around them and allow them to see the value in this, it makes a huge difference. So is that simply just putting placards on a building stating that, you know, we're reusing our water? I think it's much more than that, right? We've actually finished design and have operation of the first net zero arena in the world. And it involves reclaiming existing historical structure with, you know, massive tonnage of concrete that is saved, using rainwater not just for toilet use, but for actual ice arena within, you know, to play the sports on, and putting literal green walls inside the building that you can touch, feel, and see the difference on. So I think it's those things that you integrate into the building that allows you to do more on top of, you know, seeing the benefits from an operation standpoint. Are we saving money? Are we reducing waste? And then connecting through social media and other ways with our passengers to be able to do it. The more that we connect with everyone in so many different instances, the more we're able to do. And again, you know, not spend more than we can to make this happen, but think about our overall life cycle. And that's where we're able to do the best. When we can maximize capital cost versus operational cost and help our passengers see the value in that at the same time.
Yeah. Just I wanted to add something that I got reminded with. So I talked about what the airport is doing in terms of operating the airport in order to be more sustainable or managing the airport overall. But there is one aspect related to how are we managing operation of the airlines in order to reduce fuel burn. So this is another aspect indirectly impacting sustainability. Making sure that we're using our capacity efficiently for a quicker rotation. The taxi in, taxi out time, reducing it based on technology and then showing obviously how efficient we can be in order to reduce fuel burn, improving slot utilization in order to reduce the holding in the airspace is also other ways of contributing to a sustainable operation. And then on top of that, what we have as a target by 2030, which is in the path of reaching net zero, is actually at least influencing airlines to use 10% of SAF by 2030, which is a global commitment as well. So we're working with our fuel providers and airlines in order to achieve that target. It is difficult because of the lack of availability of SAF, but this is something that as an airport can be done at a global level.
And one more thing I would like to add also for the sustainability is that do not focus only on the terminals itself and the airport and the airlines. So we need to focus also on the out terminal projects. For example, in-flight catering is something important for us to keep continue in the future. Fuel farms, MROs, ground handlers, all of these activities and services will make sure that the airlines are catered with the full service that they would like to get in the future. And just would like to announce that yesterday we have signed the second license for the catering, in-flight catering in Medina, and this will add value for the LCC as well, the low-cost carrier in the future, which is going to be beneficial for all.
These are all great things, and as you're discussing before, predictability is important, right? To plan the capacity accordingly, avoid the waste, and bring even sustainability to the next level. But Muzanil, the travelers, they are booking more and more last minute, more and more pressure on the price. How do you see things, to evolve? Because on one side, you want to drive predictability on the business, but you want to drive more initiatives on sustainability, but people are not necessarily willing to pay. They are not necessarily changing the behaviors to support that. How do you see the travelers' preference and what you are doing as a tour operator to help the airports and the service providers?
I think in the end, ultimately, the customer preference will drive all that everyone does here, myself included. The job of the whole ecosystem is to ensure that as efficiently as possible, as cost efficiently as possible, you embed sustainability into the products and services that are provided. We see a lot even in the hotel industry where in the hotel they ensure this. But at the same time, I don't see yet people necessarily willing to pay for that. So that's why our job is to also educate. As a travel agent, as a service provider, we need to educate our customers about what's included, what's not included. We do a lot of this, but at the same time, ultimately, price and service will still be the number one factor and quality of the experience. Sustainability will be embedded into this, and it's the job of the providers and the service providers and the entire ecosystem to do it as efficiently as possible without sacrificing as much as they can on the quality of the service or price.
So just before I open to Q&A, I would like to thank you very much, the panel members. Thank you to have you here in Riyadh today in the FAF. Great pleasure. So now we have a few additional minutes for some Q&A, so please feel free to raise some questions. So we start back there. Not sure if there is a mic around.
Well, thank you very much. Very interesting hearing all of you. I'm pretty sure that artificial intelligence is going to give me plenty of information. I will be delighted with that information. However, as a passenger, I face every day a queue to do the check-in, another queue to board the airplane, another queue to cross the immigration, another queue to cross customs, another queue to... And those queues sometimes are longer than even 1 hour. And that's the passenger experience. I mean, I will be delighted with all the information in my telephone, but in the meantime, I have to face all these problems. How are you addressing this, please?
I think we should get rid of all of it. Right? I mean, it should all be gone. I don't remember who I heard it say yesterday, but I agreed with him that the technology is just about here, that we should be able to walk through the airport without any of that stuff, right? I mean, technology is beyond what we're able to put into our airport today, and Khalil mentioned it, airports are not innovative, right? I mean, as many times as I've heard an airport say, that looks great, but I don't want to be first, right? I don't want to try that out. So, in the US, we're, I think, the worst at it. We have more queues than we can possibly know what to do with. And then when I travel other places, I can scan my passport and I can walk through, and it's all very easy and quick. So really, my situation is I think we should get rid of all of it to the best that we can and open the doors and have a nice place to go.
But sometimes the reality starts to challenge you there, right? Because some of the technology is around for the last 10 to 15 years, right? Like the electronic passports.
Right.
And you still have major European airports where you land on schedule, you have the electronic gates, and all of that is closed. And then you need to wait for 1 hour on the passport control. So what are you doing on the airports to tackle these type of challenges?
So that's a very good question. It goes back even to what I said. We need to get the basics right before we look at everything else. So let's focus on that. The challenge that we have as an airport is that we do not manage our own process at 100%. It's a complex multi-stakeholder environment, and a number of processes are managed by our stakeholders. Check-in, for example, from an airline/ground handling perspective. The security from the security provider, which is generally a government agency. We're talking immigration as well, which is generally government agency. And every one of them wants to make sure that their process is respected. So the idea of looking at the problem overall as one group is not happening yet, because it has an implication. Let's look at check-in, for example. Check-in is outdated. We don't need it, as it has been mentioned by Jeffrey. We are having, as an airport, linear process since the 1950s. We don't need linear process anymore. We have capacity right now and technology capacity to pass through a tunnel, and then everything gets scanned from a security perspective. But airports do not want to invest in that for different reasons. Amortization of current facilities, not necessarily trusting the technology, because even if with City Scanner, for example, right now, there are some agencies that are reluctant from endorsing City Scanner because they still want to see with their eyes as opposed to looking at 3-dimension of your bag. So there is a problem of trust. There is a problem of sharing the data, and there is a problem of trusting the technology itself. So yes, we need even to go back to the basics. There are ways of influencing the government agencies. It's gonna take time. Let's be very transparent about it, especially in the advanced area of the world, whereby everyone wants to play their card in defining the experience. Whereas in other places in the world, we have the opportunity to have one vision to lead that. So this is a true plan.
One thing to add in this, I believe, I'm not sure about what's happening internationally in the other airports, international airports, but here in Saudi Arabia, we have started getting rid of 2 services. One is the check-in counters. So now the passenger can send their baggage ahead of the time. So 12 hours, 24 hours, they can request for a company to come and collect their baggage, issue the baggage tag, boarding passes, everything, while you are staying in the hotel or your residential. The second service, which is the immigration, so we have a fast track services, so the passenger can go directly with the fast track and avoid the queuing, both in check-in counters and the immigration. This is what we are doing in Saudi Arabia.
Glad that you are bringing that Turkey. Hopefully in 2 years' time when Sam will be on stage, he doesn't need to rush to catch the 2:30 p.m. flight because he was not able to do the check-in. But sorry, we have a couple of another questions, so just before we close, so yeah.
Yeah, it was great listening to you all. As in Jeffrey was saying, and you were saying, Khaled, it's like, you know what? I've been working at the airport for the last 27 years, and what I see that technology is coming and taking over. But of course, like you said, because of the government not trusting and the security process and all, and as an airport handler, I mean the ground handler need within this region. Let me talk about this Middle East region. Okay, more of trainings, because nowadays what you get is very half-trained or untrained staff, and which needs to be focused on, which can make the check-in process, and even with the government, let's say, the security and the immigration, okay, needs to have a good attitude training towards the passenger, where passengers do not come to you as a frustrated, when the first point of contact till getting into the aircraft, with that angry and the thing. This needs a lot to be changed. When I say trainings, which is less provided by the ground handlers and the airport facilities. So I believe this needs to be focused on a lot.
That's true.
What are you doing to train the people, Turkey? Massive growth coming in the future, so where are you getting the talent from?
Absolutely. So now in the general aviations, there is a separate sector, which is the Saudi Academy for Civil Aviation. And all airports operators are getting, their employees trained by that sector, as well as the ground handlers and airport operators. So part of the deal and part of the contract between those companies and the airport operator is to have SLA, service level agreement. And we have mentioned a lot of these comments, by the way. So we need to check and monitor to make sure that it's not going to happen.
Perfect. So just the last question, so just to close.
Hi, good afternoon. Ziad Al Yahya. I'd like to thank you for a very informative and insightful session. I have two questions really. One I haven't seen addressed practically anywhere, and that's the D-tax or the VAT tax refund process at airports. I mean, it is a horrendous process in most airports. You end up going with a stack of forms, or actually my wife does, but 9 times out of 10, we can't go, it's too long, we lose out on it. My second point is regarding the travel agency industry. Now with access of shoppers or passengers online, we can practically see the same data that the travel agent sees. I don't see the value added there, and when you added your point about the preferences, well, nobody knows the preferences better than myself, and I do it myself. So what is the value added of the travel industry now?
I think there are multiple, right? So yes, a lot of customers now can do their entire trip booked on their own and have their own. The job of the agency is to provide choice, awareness, educate, and provide the ability to book them seamlessly. Still, some people can, but if you're going to, for example, if you're going on your weekly Riyadh-Jeddah trip or Riyadh-Dubai, yes, but maybe if you're going to Europe and you need a car and you need services, you have to look. The agency, the goal of us is to provide seamless connection of supply with demand. That's the role of the agency, and in that there's also there's also offers, pricing, and ensure quality of service. A lot of agencies like ourselves, for example, before the customer arrives, we're calling the hotel to ensure that everything is secure. We're calling the driver of the transfer to make sure that the driver is picking up on time. Some customers are happy to take that and do that themselves, but many of them still want that service. So that's typically the role of the agent.
It was a pleasure to moderate this afternoon session. I want again to thank you, all of our panel members and the audience. Unfortunately, we need to close it, so if you want, we can have a follow-up one-on-one with some of the panel members. Thank you very much, and a round of applause.
Okay. I think we're all set. Welcome to this session. Please take your seats and we'll get started. So I'm Kata Cherub. I'm going to be moderating this session on the topic of low carbon aviation fuels, which some of you might call sustainable aviation fuels. Just so we can level set this panel discussion, could you please put your hand up if you consider yourself knowledgeable on the topic? You can be the judge of whether that qualifies, yeah? A couple of knowledgeable ones, somewhat, a little bit. Okay, so just to make sure everyone keeps up, because I think this is going to be a fascinating discussion, we're going to start at the basics. So apologies to the ladies who are knowledgeable in the middle, but we'll go right back to the basics of defining what we're talking about, setting out why we think moving the dial is incredibly important for aviation, and then we'll talk about exactly how we're going to move the dial. And to do that, we've got a brilliant panel of very relevant speakers who I will each give a couple of minutes to introduce themselves. But just to give you a sense of the spread we have and how we are going to be tackling this issue, I'm just high-level introducing him. We've got Stephen from Boeing. Everyone's heard of Boeing, very, very significant. We'll hear a lot from him. Juha from Virgin Atlantic. Most of you will have heard of Virgin Atlantic. You have Axel from Capsark, who you may not have heard of, and he'll tell you exactly what they do, but certainly an expert. And Maurits from Johnson Matthey, who you may also not have heard of, but I found out today they're an enormous company and right at the center of low-carbon aviation fuels. And I'm Kata Cherub. I'm the Global Aviation Lead of PA Consulting. I've spent the last 20 years in aviation, so I'm more on the aviation side rather than the fuel side. But the last 5-6 years, those are increasingly merging. I'm very excited to be here with you today. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page and to set the scene, and also by way of introducing our panel, I'm going to start with Axel, because as an energy economist, I think you're well placed to just set for the audience what we mean by low-carbon aviation fuels, also known as sustainable aviation fuels, in brief, and then I'm going to ask each of the panelists to also describe your take and how you fit into the topic before we get into the discussion. Axel.
Thank you, Kata. Good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here among this distinguished audience. And I'm happy to put into perspective the energy transition in the aviation sector. Today, the aviation sector represents something like 5.5, maybe 5.8 million barrels per day of jet fuel consumption, which you have to realize that the global oil demand is more than 100 million barrels per day, just above today. So it's about 6% of the global oil demand. And it emits, the aviation sector emits a little bit more than 2% of the energy-related greenhouse gas emission, globally. So it can seem low, but in a world that is transitioning toward net zero, you need to abate emission everywhere, including in aviation. So aviation is usually considered as a hard-to-abate sector. So those sectors where abating emission is more complicated, than in others. If you take the power, the electricity sector today, renewables is commercially viable. So now we can say that abating emission in the power sector is hard. But at the same time, if you consider aviation, maritime transportation, and some industrial sector like steel or cement, these are hard to abate sectors. So now, how to abate emissions? So first, if you look at the ICAO member countries, or if you look at the airline members of the IATA, all of those have net zero targets, usually by 2050, sometimes by 2060. So it means that we need to abate emissions. So when you look at all the net zero roadmap which have been published, and IATA provided a very interesting analysis of 14 net zero roadmaps in the aviation sector, you can abate emission by improving energy efficiency in planes, better design, lighter materials. You can improve your air traffic management. But at the end of the day,
you will abate emission by switching fuels. And what does it mean in the aviation sector, at least in the short and medium term? I mean, before we talk about electric or hydrogen planes. So it means switching to fuels which have a low carbon content. So if you look at the CORSIA, the Carbon International Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for, you have two types of fuels, which appear: the sustainable aviation fuels and the lower carbon aviation fuels. So the sustainable aviation fuels are fuels that allow to abate emission by 70, 80%, so this can be discussed over the full life cycle of the fuel, including combustion. There are different pathways to produce sustainable aviation fuel. Some are based on biomass or waste, and another pathway is based on combining captured CO2, so CO2 captured from industrial process or directly removed from the atmosphere, direct air capture or from biogenic source, and combine it with clean hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen. And this produces synthetic or e-kerosene. These sustainable aviation fuel are relatively expensive. I mean, like 2 to 4 times the price of jet fuel, and they will need time to be scaled up. I mean, currently, if you look at last year, the sustainable aviation fuel consumption worldwide represented 0.2% only on the total jet fuel consumption. Of course, it's gaining momentum. In Europe, you had more than 50 projects, I mean, relating to SAF production, which have been announced. Many of them are purely speculative so far, but there is momentum. I mean, major oil refiners have targets by 2030 when it comes to producing SAF. You have constraint, of course. When it comes to the biofuel pathway, you have constraint on the available feedstock. When it comes to the synthetic e-kerosene pathway, you need to have access to captured CO2 and you need to have access to clean hydrogen. Clean hydrogen has, its own issues when it comes to scaling the clean hydrogen market. Right now, it's more a specialty chemical market, but it needs to be elevated to a global commoditized market. We can talk about this later. It's a side issue. And you have the second category of fuel that can help to lower the CO2 emission, to abate CO2 emission in the aviation sector. These are the LCAF, lower carbon aviation fuel. These are fossil-based jet fuel, but their carbon intensity, especially through the supply chain of production of jet fuel, so the carbon intensity is lower than conventional jet fuel. So if you take the CORSIA benchmark, conventional jet fuel has a carbon intensity of 89 grams of CO2 equivalent per megajoule in average. This is a global benchmark. To qualify as a lower carbon aviation fuel, you need to be at a maximum of 80.1 grams of CO2 equivalent per megajoule. How do you reach that? You need to abate emission along the production supply chain of the jet fuel. So it means that you have to manage carefully your methane emission to avoid flaring, to install carbon capture and storage in your refinery, to use clean hydrogen in your refinery, renewable power, and so on and so forth. So you abate less emission, of course, when you use lower carbon aviation fuel, because lower carbon aviation fuel is, as I said, abating emission along the production supply chain, whereas you could say that sustainable aviation fuel means offsetting emission at the combustion level, where the most of emission happens. But at the same time, if you made a rough calculation and if you replace 5 liters of jet fuel by 5 liters of lower carbon aviation fuel, you will abate the same amount of carbon emission as if you were using or replacing 1 liter of jet fuel by 1 liter of sustainable aviation fuel.
Let's pause there,
I will
Axel.
stop here.
I think we've got...
just to put the...
Thank you. Hopefully you've got the foundations. Let's take things up a level, to an OEM level, Stephen. Give us your take on the role of sustainable or low-carbon aviation fuels, but then also more broadly how it fits into this overall decarbonisation imperative from your perspective.
Thank you very much. Well, look, once again, it's fantastic to be here today. Really exciting to have the opportunity to talk to you. If I kind of look at it from an industry perspective, so if we look in 2019, about 4.9 billion people traveled by air. We exchanged about sort of $5 trillion worth of goods, and we employed about 90 million people in the sector. About 90 million people in the sector worldwide. So we look to go out to 2050. The global fleet is going to roughly double, and we're going to have 10 billion people now traveling by air, and that's a great thing. That's something we ought to be excited about. But at the moment, we're about 2% of global emissions. Realistically, that is going to increase, both as our absolute numbers grow, but also as other sectors decarbonize. So we have a responsibility as an industry, and globally governments have recognized that, to actually go on a path towards decarbonization. And, Axel said this very eloquently, this is a really tough problem. So we break this down really into a number of different steps to how you get there. And so the first step we start with is fleet renewal. And we have great partners that fly our latest generation of aircraft. And for every time we replace an old generation of aircraft with a new generation of aircraft, we see a 20 to 30% emissions improvement. So that's huge. That's the lever I can pull very easily today. So the best thing I can do is really help people to buy new airplanes. We're only about 30% fleet renewal at the moment in terms of the latest generation. So the faster we can accelerate that, the better. The second step then is really around operational efficiency. So how do we actually operate those aircraft in the best manner possible? So there's lots of things we can do there. There's air traffic management improvement. There's stuff around the airfield. There's a number of different things we can play with. Probably about another 10 to 15% improvement there. Skipping sort of forward, and I'll skip over one of the pillars of the strategy, we look at advanced technology. So what could come next, whether it be in terms of manufacturing, aerodynamics, or different energy systems. The aerodynamics piece is really interesting. We have a flight demonstrator at the moment called X66, which has something called a transonic truss brace wing. I feel like I always lose my teeth when I say that.
Sounds exciting.
Very, very high aspect ratio wing, very, very thin, and that will give us about another 30% improvement in emissions, we believe. But we're doing this really as an experiment to see if that plays out. And then really the biggest lever we have then is what we call renewable energy. And SAF is absolutely critical to that. That's why you see government policies around the world prioritizing the production of sustainable aviation fuel. And back in November in Dubai, the world came together for the CAF 3 talks, and the nations agreed to a roadmap to reduce carbon intensity of flying by 5% by 2030, and they'll do that through a combination of LCAF and SAF. So this is real. This is something we're all committed to, and it's a drop-in fuel as well that can be applied today. I think the other thing that we need to do, and our role as an OEM, is to provide facts and data. And so we take this really seriously. How can we make sure that people understand that this is the biggest lever we have? And so we have a tool called Cascade. If you go to cascade.boeing.com, you can play with different decarbonization pathways, and it'll, again, bear out the importance of sustainable aviation fuel. One thing I would say is that, this is a region with huge potential for both LCAF and sustainable aviation fuel. We're in a country that knows how to do energy and is doing aviation at scale. That's a really exciting combination. And so we're keen to see how we can help through collaboration to accelerate that industry, but also it's highly complementary to the existing energy mix here. So sustainable aviation fuel is blended with jet fuel to be used in our aircraft. So actually there's a really exciting opportunity there to leverage sort of both sides of the energy system here. But then also the lower carbon aviation fuel, you start to bring that in, mix it with this sustainable aviation fuel, we get a huge improvement there. And I'll give my colleague from Virgin an opportunity to talk about the flight in a minute. But to set in context what we did when we flew with Virgin in November on 100% SAF, so this isn't approved yet, but we're working on it. Since the dawn of the jet age to now, we've reduced the carbon intensity of flying by 70%. On one flight alone, we went another 64%, almost doubling everything that's been achieved since the 1940s. That's the power of sustainable aviation fuel.
That's a strong point to end on there, and I'm sure we'll get into the details. And I think and I am coming to you high promise, because I'm really keen to end up at the airline, but I would just like to go via Maurits, because we've established the importance of LCAFs and SAFs. To me, one of the most attractive properties of these fuels is that they're not one thing. They are drop-in at the end, but at the starting point, they can be made a whole plethora of different ways. Different feedstocks, different technology pathways, which from an energy transition on a global scale and from a energy security and job creation point of view, I think is very, very compelling. The fact that you can generate local economies close to the feedstocks, to the renewable facilities. Can you give us a bit of an overview on the range of technologies and what your company is doing to develop these new far-ranging sustainable aviation fuel technologies, Maurits?
Yeah, it's a great pleasure. Great pleasure to be back. Was here last week when we announced opening our office in Riyadh, and it's great to be here. A little bit about Johnson Matthey. Johnson Matthey is a 200-year-old company, PLC, FTSE 100. I have about 12,500 colleagues, and what we do is, traditionally, customers of ours come to us with coal, gas, oil, and say, I want to make methanol. We're the number one licensor of that technology, grey hydrogen, ammonia. And nowadays, we also have a portfolio of blue ammonia and blue hydrogen. And so we're in this hydrogen, ammonia, methanol space. But nowadays, customers come to us and say, I have also alternative feedstock. I have municipal solid waste. I have residual biomass. I have CO2. Can we actually turn those into sustainable aviation fuel? Because the need, as we just heard, is going to be tremendous. So we have a whole suite of technologies to produce sustainable aviation fuels. And let me lead you a little bit around the world of the art of the possible, and also how quick these technologies are being scaled at the moment, coming back to Axel's earlier point. So the first plant that is operational in the world is at a customer in North America that convert municipal solid waste to about 30,000 tons of SAF every year. Okay? The next plant that has been announced is in Louisiana, based on biomass. It's 100,000 tons per year. And a couple of weeks ago, the next Louisiana plant by DG Fuels, they selected our technology to produce fuel at a scale of 600,000 tons per plant, and they've announced they want to build at least 10. So in just and the first one will be operational in 2028. So in 6 years, you can see the scaling of this industry is quite tremendous. And I'm only talking now about municipal solid waste or biomass, but rightfully so. Also think about e-fuels, and we see similar trends because there is countries like in Chile. We have a customer in Chile that converts CO2 with renewable wind power, electricity, and convert it into methanol and then into gasoline. They are now scaling up, and they've just announced that they licensed again a license from us to do the same in Uruguay. And that will be 900,000 tons per year. So it is the scaling of this is quite tremendous, and really important to realize is these technologies are there. You can license it from us, and we give the warranties. It's based also on technology elements that have been around usually for a very long time. And we have just we're the box in between the raw materials and the SAF components, and we have just made very clever combinations of technologies that we already knew and that are out there in the field. So I think that's a very hopeful message. It can be done, really at scale, but of course an awful lot of plants will need to be built around the world to make that happen. And the great thing is it is equitable, because in all areas of the world you have either a lot of renewable electricity, well, so also here in the kingdom, or you have a lot of biomass, and you can convert all those different raw materials into synthetic aviation fuel components. One more thing, in SAF you have various components. One of the components are the aromatics. It's a component that is hard to make from alternative feedstock. But also there we have a technology developed with Virent that is commercial, that can produce the aromatic component of SAF, which allowed us, Virent and BP, to make the 100% SAF blend that then our friends at Virgin could use for their November flight, and we were super happy to be part of that. So.
And now you've teed that up so perfectly. Two tee-ups. So, Juha, I do want to ask about how fuels fit into your strategy, but I think we have to now go. You tell us the story of how the 100% SAF transatlantic flight came about, right from idea up to execution. And I think from that we'll go off onto little tangents about what that means for moving the dial.
Yeah. No, first of all, thank you for the chance to speak out on the flight. And Flight 100 was really the cornerstone or the milestone of us in the transition of changing the aviation landscape and proving the point that it can be done. But if we go back in time, we're 40 years old airline this year. We've grown up as an airline, but one foundational element that we've always had is the issue of sustainability. And it comes from our owner and founder, Sir Richard Branson. He's always felt very strongly about making sure that whatever we do in any business he's in, the sustainability is always in the core of that business. So of course, it's been a lot of conversations with Boeing, a lot of conversations with various stakeholders over the years, but roughly a bit over a year before the actual flight, all these parties came together, including the UK government, who got involved financially as well to support the project. A lot of intense work across the industry, and last November 28th, we had our VS100 flying to New York from London Heathrow, Boeing 787, with 100% SAF. And so first of all, we proved the point that it can be done operationally, technically, safely. And secondly, the focus really needs to shift on how can we make sure that we can produce the SAF to the level that we need to. Because just like some of the examples already, on that one single flight, we saved 95 tons equivalent, or 64% of equivalent of CO2 emissions, 40% reduction in non-CO2 emissions, and actually 4% saving in overall fuel consumption, just because of the fact that everybody had focus on that flight. We had the most optimal flight routing, no taxi waste on the runway. So every industry focused on that one specific flight, which is saved on all parameters. And that findings is an open file. Anyone can enter that file, so it's for everyone to research, because we did that for the industry. It's not only for Virgin Atlantic, it is for the industry to take it to the next step and really shift the focus now on making sure that the SAF production increases, because we all can set very high ambitions on where we want to be in 2050 or 2030, but the fact is that we need to do the actions now to be ready for 2030 specifically. We committed for the 10% SAF share by 2030, and the UK government has specifically set target for UK airlines to reach 2% by 2025. So of course that's a pretty ambitious target considering the fact that we don't have any UK-based plants yet. So it's a collective pressure for everyone to make sure that now it happens. Enough of talking, now we need to do the action.
Absolutely. And just to sort of close the loop on what the significance of demonstrating 100%, the approved SAF pathways today are up to 50% blend. And there is, although clearly we are a very, very long way from needing 100% SAF, to demonstrate that it is possible without duplicating infrastructure, without duplicating aircraft equipment, demonstrating that, I think, is part of the value.
Yeah.
Sadly, we're, as Axel said in his intro, we're still at sub 1% globally in terms of fuel mix, but at least there should be no longer a ceiling on that. My natural next question, Juha, is you've done this, you've shown it, it's open source and it's brilliant. It generated so much publicity, and I mean, if anyone can generate publicity, it's Virgin Atlantic. You're absolutely the masters of that. What happens next? What, from your perspective, and then I'm keen to sort of understand from the panel what you see happening next, the repercussions of that, having shown that there is no limit, there are no excuses from a technology point of view. What next?
Well, from the airline perspective, one is, of course, the biggest decision that we can make ourselves to reduce emissions, of course, is having the latest generation fleet. So we're proud to say that our fleet is 70% next gen. So our average age of fleet is 7 years, and a big part of it is Boeing. So that's one thing, and that's obviously a multi-billion-dollar investment for any airline. Then the second thing, of course, is increasing pressure together as an industry with the governments to make sure that they can actually find mechanisms to support that we can build those SAF plants, because we can't produce the SAF ourselves. We need to make sure that the industry gets up to its feet, and actually together with the government support and finding the right subsidy mechanisms to make sure that the industry players are ready to invest, because of course it's a risk as well. But looking at where the industry has to go in terms of reducing the emissions, it should be a relatively good business case for anyone to go into that business. But of course we need the government support to help to take that first step, and we of course are pressuring as much as we can the UK government, especially, and most likely the new incoming government after the general elections, to make sure that UK makes those firm decisions to find subsidy mechanisms to kick off that production. But it's very much an industry issue, and we don't see that, to be honest, not a competitive angle. The whole industry has to do it together, because it's our credibility as an industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Stephen, you made that point. This is absolutely linked together across the OEMs, the fuel sources and the policies. In terms of still, I just want to make sure everyone's understood what it took to come together and collaborate on this 100% flight. Maurits, can you just talk us through what it really took? Because that risk around the aromatics, and I fear we may lose some people if we go too deep into the chemistry, but it is really important for engine performance and for demonstrating the safety. I mean, previous panels have repeatedly stated this quite rightly. We're in one of the most regulated industries in the world. So therefore, being absolutely sure that the fuel you're putting into the assets, which are worth hundreds of millions a pop, are safe. What was the role of your technology in that?
Yeah, can give you a little bit of a flavor. The original inventions of the technology to make those aromatics, so a blend component that you need in the 100% SAF to make sure it is really exactly the same as Jet A or whatever you want to make. The base inventions were done by Virent in 2002. And in 2016, they had it at a level where they say, we can produce these kind of materials, but we need a partner to scale it up, both from the different catalysts that we use, the technology, the engineering. How do you bring it to the next level? That next level, they selected Johnson Matthey, so we're partners and we're the sole licensor of those technologies. And they built a pilot plant, quite significant size, on which this material that powered this flight was produced. So now the next level is, of course, based on all the learnings, to bring that also to scale. So you typically see that these processes have taken about 20 odd years to develop, like many other technologies in the chemical and petrochemical space. But I really want to stress, they are there now. It's no more R&D and innovation necessary to build big plants for SAF. And I think that is a really important message here. Like also Juha says, one more example, the DG Fuels plant that we licensed, they made a lot of the financials also public. So a plant is about 4 billion investment, and they want to build another 10. The first one, they teamed up with several airliners that either took a share in the plant, helped with the financing, or take-or-pay contracts, take-off contract, these kind of things. And that is what we can all do around the world, bringing the partners together to have bankable propositions based on technologies that are ready and are going to be constructed. And I'm a strong believer also when you look at the cost side of things, to design once, build many times. So once we have a kind of a process that works, that we can proliferate that all around the world. And if you are active in the petrochemical industry, you know the benefits all the way from design, construction, spare parts and what have you. That is really my vision. That is where we ought to be going. And again, the technologies are there, our customers are embarking on that journey and are starting the construction of those plants. And if we want more, we need to bring more parties together. But it's possible.
I fully agree with you. Clearly, money is at the heart of the issue. Technology is being proven. It's not 100% there, but we're pretty close, at least on the fuels side. As an OEM whose future is intrinsically linked with the continued modernization, growth, development of the aviation industry, what are you doing, Stephen, as Boeing, in addition to working on, of course, the new technologies and the R&D? Are you involved in sustainable fuels, LCAFs, directly?
Yep.
Tell us about that and how you approach it as an OEM, what you see your role.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. So the first thing to say is that we're never going to be a fuel company. So our job is to produce the best aircraft that are safe and into the market as quickly as possible to help with that first lever. However, with SAF and LCAF, it is a team effort, and we're at a point in the industry where actually it needs a bit of help to get going. And so we have a really important role as an OEM, as do the other OEMs. We sit in the technical committee that approves new types of fuel for use. But also we have a convening role that we recognize in terms of bringing different stakeholders together from across our value chain to help to accelerate SAF. So we actually buy SAF at scale for our own operations, but also we participate in a number of different schemes around the world to actually help to catalyze the SAF industry. So I could take what we've done in the UK as one example with the Energy Innovation Centre at Sheffield, which was part of Flight 100, but also what we're doing in the UAE with a consortium we're bringing together to look at how we can also support the acceleration of the industry there, called Aircraft with Emirates and Etihad and others actually as part of that. So we have an important role there. What I would say is that we do see capital that wants to deploy into this. That's the exciting thing. I spend a lot of time talking to banks, which may not sound like a very exciting thing to do, but I can tell you in this context it's really exciting. We need banks to actually deploy financial firepower against this problem, and they want to invest. And so activities like Flight 100 are really important because actually they captured the public's imagination and dispelled the myth that this is something, exotic or difficult. It's here today, ready to go, let's get on with it. But also working with government as a partner of that and other initiatives to actually understand how do we make sure that we keep this affordable as well. Because coming back to the very beginning of all of this, 80% of the world's population has never been on an aircraft and wants to do that. And they want to do it in a sustainable manner generally as well. And so making sure we scale these fuels in an affordable way is absolutely critical.
Yeah, absolutely. Axel, you've been based here in the Kingdom for the last decade or so, working across different energy areas. What do you see as the opportunities here as far as LCAFs and SAFs go? Continuing that theme of collaboration, perhaps.
No, thank you. First, with Vision 2030, the development of aviation will accelerate. And you have heard probably this, 100 times during the forum. The expansion of airport, the expansion of number of aircraft, the expansion of tourism, all of this will increase the domestic demand for jet fuel. first. So when it comes to the low carbon, I mean, general aviation fuel, so if we distinguish again both, for the lower carbon aviation fuel, I think there is an opportunity for Saudi Arabia, because all studies have shown so far that the jet fuel from Saudi Arabia, I mean, produced locally, is very performant when it comes to carbon intensity over life cycle. So as I told you, the benchmark, the global benchmark is 89 for gram of CO2 equivalent per megajoule for jet fuel globally. Studies show that, including work within CAPSARC here in Riyadh, show that the jet fuel produced locally is between 81 and 84 gram of CO2 equivalent per megajoule. So we are very close to the CORSIA threshold to qualify as a lower carbon aviation fuel. And we have shown in a recent work that there is room to decrease this carbon intensity by maybe up to 8 grams. So you will be very low within the, very much below the limit on the CORSIA definition of LCAF. So there is room for relatively easily for Saudi jet fuel to qualify LCAF. Regarding SAF, you need two elements to be, I mean, for the synthetic, I mean, I will not talk about the biofuels part, or even the waste, which might be an interesting topic here, but I will focus on the synthetic fuel, the e-kerosene. So you need CO2. So think about the Jubail CCS hub, where I think like 9 million tons of CO2 will be captured every year. That's a target by 2027 and much more after. And you have also ambitious plan for hydrogen. I mean, everybody knows about NEOM, the green ammonia production, 600 tons per year per day. Yeah, 600 tons per day of hydrogen. And you have also plans for blue ammonia. I mean, which will probably relatively quickly materialize. So you have both elements to produce e-kerosene, maybe not just domestically, but maybe to export. Why not? However, don't forget Saudi Arabia at a net zero target for the whole economy by 2060. So decarbonizing the aviation sector through LCAF, at least as a transition period, like globally, and ultimately with SAF, I mean, is at the end will be probably necessary. That's it.
Thanks, Axel. Continuing the theme of money, it all rolls up to the airline who buys the fuel, doesn't it? You're the commercial guy. What's your take on this and the ability of airlines who are operating in such a competitive market to actually pass on these inevitably higher costs? How do you think about that, and how do you see that playing through your business as a whole, Juha?
Yeah, the competitive airline pricing, that's probably, we could do a separate lecture on that one. Yeah, it's interesting, but of course, as an airline, we need to make sure that we absorb that cost first of all, and then try to bypass it over to customers. We've done a few calculations. We do estimate there's roughly £40 increase in ticket price that we would need to increase on North Atlantic as it stands right now. But I think the key thing for us that we need to be competitive as an airline and be able to have competitive pricing. Then it's our job to increase the efficiency as an airline to make sure that we can absorb it. But we do believe that there is pressure to increase flight prices because of this. But we do, of course, assume that applies to all airlines, so it will be just an overall increase in cost of travel. But this is a fact of life, and this is what we need to do for the planet as well. So I don't think it's just a fact of life that has to happen, and we need to be competitive in that competitive environment and make sure that we have the right prices, right products. And we do need to remember that, especially the younger generation, every single consumer is paying more attention to this. You don't necessarily yet choose an airline based on their next-gen aircraft choice, but we do believe more transparent every single booking engine becomes, you can easily search for the most environmentally friendly airline in that context. And we want to be there. We want to be the most environmentally friendly option. and we need to make sure that we have the right cost base to deliver profits at the end of the day. But it will increase cost of travel.
Yeah, I think that's a message overall. Whichever way you cut it, it will feed through. Certainly, from my price elasticity work over the years, that point you made is exactly the key one. If everybody's prices are increasing, then it washes through, generally speaking, provided the macro conditions are right. We certainly have seen this previously when the price of oil spiked, fuel surcharges get passed on universally across all airlines, provided the economy is working well, customers suck it up, essentially. They go, yep, everything's getting a bit more expensive. We've seen that across a whole range of areas. And then not to mention the other cost increases related to aircraft availability, maintenance, and so on. Certainly, Mr. O'Leary has been very vocal about the end of very low-cost fares, but I think generally the only way is up. And again, if that means we're starting to internalize some of the impacts of aviation, then that's probably long-term a good thing. I'm determined not to go too far into policy here, but I think we can't ignore the role of policies. And maybe I'll start with you Stephen. You take a pretty almost global view, and certainly in your cascade model, you have the ability to pull levers, what ifs, carbon pricing, subsidies, and so on. Who do you think has got it right so far? Of the major buckets of policy, you've got the US approach,
Yep.
you've got the EU, the UK, Japan's starting to make noises, you've got things like Changi's announcements. What's your take?
So I would kind of break it down into two philosophical approaches. There's the carrot approach and the stick approach. Okay, let's keep it simple. Okay, so the carrot approach is very much about how do you incentivize sustainable aviation fuel production in a location. Very much what the US has gone down through IRA, so the Inflation Reduction Act, and we're seeing tax credits being issued to support SAF production, and we are seeing production being stimulated, which is fantastic. On the other hand, the other approach is the stick. And that's really about mandates and obliging producers to supply this fuel. That's been very motivating in the EU and the UK, where we see it coming in terms of airlines going looking for those gallons. The reality is actually what's going to be really effective is to get a jurisdiction that can bring in both carrots and sticks in the right balance. And we haven't really seen that. The UK is kind of going into that space now. But I think that's the opportunity. It's both not only how do you incentivize competitive production, but then actually how do you create a market for it to make sure that it is bankable. And getting that balance right is really difficult. And the country that does manage to get it right, it's got a huge opportunity open to it. But so there's some more work to do there.
Absolutely. Anyone else on the panel want to chip in on that? Because you will all experience it in slightly different ways in terms of innovative technology incentives or potentially subsidies or mandates. What are your takes?
I think I could maybe start with and maybe pandemic. Good things came out of pandemic, and probably one thing which at least we saw in the UK, that the aviation industry, even though we're competitors, we actually came together to try to solve the pandemic with the government. But actually this is another topic where the Net Zero Council in the UK and the airlines are actually teaming up together, because this is an industry issue. And the conversations with the current government and potential new government is the key to find those mechanisms, the sort of price or revenue guarantees, to make sure that we get companies to invest in SAF plants, and then hopefully get certain guarantees on the pricing that goes with it. So not going into mechanisms, because that's not my speciality on this, how the price should be set. But I think as an industry, at least in the UK, we've definitely proven that the industry can work together, even though we're competitors, because it is an industry issue.
Great. Maurits, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, it's a little bit looking not just at the order book, because it's really global. It's all countries are looking at how can I produce SAF, but they look at their microenvironment and say, it's the cost and availability of raw materials. And that's why when I did my tour around the world, I gave examples from areas that have a lot of renewable power, but there's no people to use it, so they use it, convert it into methanol, into SAF, into ammonia, whatever. Then there is the ones that have a lot of biomass or residual biomass. In the past, in many countries, was even burned on the fields. That's also not a very good idea. Now you can convert that rather than creating a lot of smoke and particles and CO2. You can convert it into something that is very, very useful in the first place. So that's where you see, of course, South America move, but also North America. And what you see North America, it is, of course, to be very honest, it is booming. That's why you see the scale up that I just led you through, from 30,000 tons to 600,000 tons in a few years. It's because the incentives there are very, very high. There is, 9 million gallons or something like that mandated, and it just needs to be produced. And then the government gives via the IRA incentives, and you see that industry in the US scaling like crazy. Yeah? So that is a bit the tour around the world. Either very, very cheap feedstocks that maybe are even stranded, or incentives. But all countries are looking at it. It's very interesting in my business. We're a global business. It's a different question, different raw material sets come our way, but from many, many different countries around the world.
Axel?
Yeah, I mean, just in addition to my colleagues, I mean, I follow different market, and without being a real specialist of what is happening in every geography, I have the feeling that aviation, because you have this international component, is in a better shape in terms of international policies, and I will clarify what I mean by that, than, for instance, the clean hydrogen. When you look at clean hydrogen, every geography has its own definition. You know, in the US, you qualify if you are below 4 kilogram of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen, I think. In Europe, 3.4, Japan, 3.4, but in Japan, they don't take into account the transport of hydrogen to Japan, whereas in Europe is a full cycle analysis and so on and so forth. And then you have the color of hydrogen, so you have the idea that, why not just focusing on renewable hydrogen and differentiated blue hydrogen, whereas if you really want to be efficient, you need a fungible market, you need to be color agnostic. What matters is the carbon intensity. I think the fragmentation, the risk of fragmentation in the clean hydrogen market, something that you probably follow also very closely, is higher than what we are seeing in SAF right now, even if I have the feeling that the European Union, for instance, is focusing more on renewable hydrogen to make e-kerosene, which means clean hydrogen. So I don't know, is it open to blue hydrogen? So there is always a risk for some fragmentation. But so that's a risk when you have too many different national policies and definition.
I think that's an important point on the aviation piece. We certainly, many of us grumble about how slowly some global aviation policies work their way through the ICAO process or other policies. But the flip side of that is that at least it is recognized as global. So I think that's probably a nice reminder that actually that very much has benefits. Once something is established and approved globally, then it means you can sell it, trade it, speak the same language, which is not to be taken for granted, because one of the interesting things that I heard recently in the SAF context was that traditionally Jet A1 is the least blended fuel. It is pretty consistent. You've got slightly different. You've got US Jet A1 and A-1 difference, but pretty much the same thing. With SAF, it's due to become the most blended fuel, and that means if there isn't that common language of what is the certified fuel stuff that comes in that makes it drop in, then the whole thing falls apart. I think that is exactly why these things are moving somewhat slowly, because it's so high stakes. Sorry, I interrupted you, Axel. You carry on.
No, I was, I think you summarized the essential point. So thanks.
Okay, great. I'm conscious that we may run out of questions if we carry on chatting up here, and we could chat all day. And I want to make sure that anyone who's got either a clarification question, straight up there at the front, the gentleman, and another one. Okay, so we might not get to any of my other questions at this rate. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the very interesting panel. I'm sorry about my voice. I lost it a couple of days ago. Abdurrahman Hagab, Cranfield University. Couple of questions. First to Axel and Watch, basically. if you allow me, I'd like to say that what you said initially about SAF, we can say there are three types. So you have the standard SAF coming from the biofuel and feedstock, all of these kind of things. You have the e-SAF, which is coming from Fischer Tropsch. First one, you can obviously mix up to 50%. Second one, it could be 100% to drop in straight away. And third is the low CAF, basically, which is a bit new term to me. My question is, my understanding that the low CAF, it's basically carbon reduction from the manufacturing process. So you still do the refinery as you do refinery. You still get your fuel the way you get your standard jet fuel, basically. But for example, you mentioned something like using hydrogen for the refinery. You mentioned something like being more carbon capture throughout the supply chain. For example, all of these kind of things. But the fuel as a fuel stays the same. Is this correct?
Yeah. No, and sorry, I may have been misleading when I mentioned clean hydrogen. I was thinking clean hydrogen in the refinery, which is used to desulfurize. So not clean hydrogen, sorry, it's misleading because when you say clean hydrogen, people think about SAF and combining clean hydrogen and capture CO2 to make e-kerosene. So yeah, I was talking in the context of LCAF, so the lower carbon aviation fuel.
Yes.
I was talking about different steps where you can lower the carbon emission, so the carbon intensity along the supply chain. But at the end, it remains petroleum-based jet fuel.
Exactly. This takes me to this question, actually. Couple of one for you two gentlemen, and second for the carrier and manufacturer. So to yourself and to Johnson Matthey as well, the question is, if this is the essence of the low CAF, so basically it's the same fuel, but we do carbon capture or use hydrogen in refinery and so on and so forth. From this perspective, would it be more tangible to focus efforts in processes like making the refinery more eco-friendly or the transport supply chain more eco-friendly? And that's a way we keep obviously the engine as it is, it becomes straight in and these kind of things, and join forces on all platforms on that. This is option A. I'm talking here from life cycle analysis. Second one, or we do eSAF from Fischer Tropsch, carbon capture and renewable hydrogen. What's the life cycle on that perspective? Or Johnson Matthey approach where we make our own fuel the way we want. I have a couple of things here, the life cycle and also the engine manufacturer. This is number one question. The second one, to Stephen and Virgin Atlantic. For this flight, and I'm sorry I didn't follow the news then, 100% SAF. Was it eSAF or did you have to change something in the engine to carry on? That's it, and thanks, I took so much time.
Okay, did you catch all of that?
Yeah, I can maybe start, because for me, on what do you do on the refineries and eSAF and bio-based and municipal solid waste conversion, for me the answer is end-end, and that's how we approach it at Johnson Matthey. So together with our partners, we can help existing refineries decarbonize, so to speak, lower the carbon footprint. So we have all kinds of retrofits and what have you developed together with our partners. But we also have a suite of technologies that can convert alternative feedstock into SAF directly. So for me, it's end-end. We need, in this industry, you need to do everything we can together along the supply chain to decarbonize this industry. So, and we have both in our portfolio.
Okay.
Yeah,
Stephen,
just to add, totally agree. It's and. We don't have the choice to select one lever or another. But what I would say is that when we look at all of these fuels, we look at it at what we call a well-to-wake position. So we're looking at it from the point of extraction right the way through to the combustion of the fuel. And actually understanding that as the full life cycle analysis is really important because actually, we can't leave any stone unturned to make sure we bring down that carbon intensity. In terms of Flight 100, just to answer that really quickly, it was a HEFA fuel with synthetic aromatic component. We're going above the approved blend limit because obviously we weren't mixing any fossil component into that, which, safety is absolutely paramount. And so because that was an unapproved fuel, we had to work with 4 different regulators. And that's, again, really important for us. So we had to work with the UK CAA, EASA, the Transport Canada, and the FAA to get that flight approved. So it's a complex undertaking.
which is why it took over a year from idea to flight. Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this insightful discussion. My name is Dr. Imad Al-Harbi. I'm a board member in the Saudi Space and Aviation Sciences Association. I'm also a decarbonization director at SWD consultancy firm. I think it's a very complex issue. The more you talk, the more you have a lot of questions, and especially when it comes to chemistry and engineering and advanced technologies and public policy mixed together makes it even more awful. But it's really interesting. I think what we all here would like to enjoy after this insightful discussion is that two simple questions coming straight from the organizer, I believe, of this amazing event that's brought us together in this wonderful venue. Number one, Saudi Arabia, we all understand that have an issue with the feedstock, bio feedstock, which is a big block on the road to SAF or aviation decarbonization. So, do you consider LCAF as a viable strategy for Saudi Arabia to move forward into SAF, considering the time frame of the targets? That's number one. Number two, if this is really a viable strategy, would you recommend of at least a couple of steps for the decision makers to take immediately to act upon this strategy? I would like to hear from each of the panelists from each perspective about this, because this is really very important to the GACA and also to the aviation industry in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much.
Great. I think that's a very clear and important question. Who wants to have a first go?
I can go.
Yeah,
the
do you want to go
LCAF,
first?
I
Yeah.
park for more the colleagues who are much more in this industry. I think, to be very honest, I think in Saudi Arabia you might not have a lot of biomass, but I think you can do a lot with eSAF, because what you will have is, of course, a tremendous amount of sunshine, cheap electricity. You have your gas for blue and for green kind of hydrogen and ammonia, but also methanol, and that can also lead in pathways to SAF. So I think here in the kingdom, you will also become a tremendous producer and user and exporter of alternative SAFs, and the technologies are there. But not LCAF. I'm not a specialist there. How much that can be used by the airlines? What we do is we try to help refineries, current refineries, also decarbonize. Yeah, so that's another part that we are active in. But also on the synthetic aviation fuels, I think the future in the kingdom can be very, very bright.
Stephen, do you want to go?
Yeah, so on LCAF, ICAO has said that LCAF is a completely valid decarbonisation strategy. And actually, even as we have SAF growing, we're going to need LCAF alongside it to help bring down the overall carbon intensity of the blended fuel. So there's definitely an opportunity there. But I would completely echo the view that there is a huge opportunity here around SAF and power to liquids. And we're already seeing Saudi Arabia move into the SAF space. We have Alphanar operating in the UK and elsewhere. So this is not alien territory. This is something which clearly the kingdom knows how to do. And I think now it's just bringing all those components together to bring it to scale. I think it would be very arrogant to say what should the government do, from my perspective. But I think what we have seen work elsewhere is where you start to bring the ecosystem together to have cross-value chain discussions and to try and work out what are the barriers and how could they be removed. And the Jet Zero Council that was referred to earlier, that's a good model that we're seeing being replicated elsewhere around the world.
Nothing to add? Axel, did you want to add anything?
No, I think, I completely agree with what was said. I think LCAF are conventional jet fuel, but with a low carbon intensity, along the supply chain. You could even defend the idea that when you look at the price of crude oil, you have different attributes, sulfur content, other attributes which define the price. Why not also taking the carbon intensity, during the production and transport phase into account? That's a bit the idea, to value low carbon intensity fuels, but along conventional pathways. And as long as we don't deploy, fully the SAF, there is room for using a low carbon intensity fossil-based jet fuel, basically.
Yep.
The idea is lowering the emission at the end.
Great. I think we might have time for one last question up the front here. A very short one.
Thank you, very insightful. I'm Sheila Nazareth, partner Aviation, Rollenberger. Short question. So I agree with all of you. Back to home. I agree LCAF, agree all of it. You said partnerships is how we should bring the PTL production in Saudi Arabia. It's common knowledge, anything by a committee seldom goes forward or goes very slow. So the question is, who should take the lead in the production of PTL in Saudi Arabia? Is it the airline, the buyer? Is it the energy producer Aramco? Is it the power producer Aqua? Is it somebody else? The question is, who should be the champion?
It's an excellent question. Who wants to stick their neck out first?
So I'm not going to say who the champion should be. I'm going to avoid it. But what I can say is that every single one of those parties has an interest in the opportunity it could create. It's how do you catalyze that in a way that makes sense locally? And that's really up to sort of local decision makers to guide. But one thing that we do have here is an opportunity to produce these fuels. At the same time, we have a growing aviation market, and that provides a really exciting opportunity.
I would potentially say with the commercial hat on, maybe with your Vision 2030, you can integrate another element into that where you actually will be leading the world with renewable energy and SAF production.
Mm-hmm. Any different views? No?
No.
I mean, personally, as a moderator's prerogative, I would point to the great examples. And when have the leaps happened? When there has been somebody who has stuck their neck out? In my experience in this space, it's the airlines and the OEMs. They're the brands that people recognize. And even though if you dig behind the numbers, the most amount of money might not come from an airline, but you have the brand, the relationship, the PR machinery. So I would tend to agree that if it can be pulled together, somebody to stand out front, somebody to finance it, and somebody to provide the policy environment. That's how it's worked in the last decade. So that's my take. And I think on that, we'll wrap up. Thank you so much for joining. Hope you learned something and enjoyed yourselves. Thank you.
Welcome. We saved the best for the last. We had a discussion on logistics and cargo just now, and now we have the discussion on special economic zones. And I think for all of us here on stage, we are super happy that this topic is integrated in such an important forum where normally the commercial aspect of aviation is on the front row. So having the cargo and the logistics aspect here represented as well makes us very, very happy. I have a great group of panelists here, which I will introduce to you in a second. Just quickly, I'm Philip Benzel. I work for the management consulting firm Kearney. I'm the global head of aviation. I used to live in the region. My wife pulled me back to Europe to be closer to our families. When I was here, I was involved in the initial phases of the global hub strategy for the Vision 2030 and in several of the special economic zone and logistics zone projects. However, these are the experts here. I'm just here to moderate. So let me quickly give you the outline of our discussion. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a very ambitious target when it comes to, or not very ambitious target when it comes to air cargo. 4.5 million in the next 6 years, which is a factor 5 of what we see today. Just quickly, we discussed this in the cargo logistics panel, and all the panelists there thought it's a very realistic objective for the kingdom if we can manage to facilitate trade, if we can set the right regulations, create the right infrastructure. And there, special economic zones play a key role. And therefore, we are here to discuss what makes them attractive, what are the tools and process you have to implement to attract investors, but also tenants, what's the role of technology and innovation, and lastly, what are lessons learned and best practices, and why are the zones we see in Saudi Arabia, what makes them attractive to the world to come to Saudi Arabia and set up tent. Let me very quickly introduce the panelists. They will have a bit more time to talk or to introduce themselves to you and the organizations that they represent. And just in no particular order, I just go from left to right because it's the easiest. I have Faisal Al-Balushi, Director of the Muscat Airport Free Zone. We have Dr. Fadi Al-Buhain, CEO of the Special Integrated Logistics Zone SILS here in Saudi Arabia. We have Avnan Al-Habudal, GM of Special Economic Zones from GACA. So first of all, thank you for having us. And we have Barry Condren, CEO of Uptown Jeddah company. But maybe, as I said, let's give you some time to introduce yourself. And if it's okay for the gentleman, I would say ladies first. Of course.
Lovely lady. Absolutely. So, as you mentioned, I am Afnan Al-Habodal, the GM of Special Economic Zone. I started my career as a lawyer, which is very interesting. I was focusing more on merger and acquisition and enablement of FDI. I joined GACA 4 years ago on a clear mandate to activate the investment of our anchor tenant, which is Apple Company, and then establishing the first zone in airport, which is Riyadh Integrated. My first 2 years was focusing more on the design of the regulatory framework and the incentives that match the needs of the investor. And then after the successful launch of the first free zone in an airport, I moved on handling the full department within GACA and now focusing on overseeing the development of the zones and also ensuring a very effective and alignment between all the stakeholders and a clear governance between all the stakeholders.
Thank you. Dr. Fadi, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you very much. First of all, a big thank you for yourself taking on the role of moderator. It's a pleasure to be alongside my esteemed panelists, and a big thank you to the Future Aviation Forum for going about this important event that's strategic for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I've been CEO of SILS, which is the Special Integrated Logistics Zone, for about 11 weeks now, so I'm new into the role. But it's been a very exciting journey till date. 10 weeks feels like it's been more like 10 months at least. We have a lot going on, which I'll be happy to share more with you all about within the session. The reason I joined SILS, to be very transparent and honest, is the opportunity and the challenge, and the importance of what SILS is managing and undertaking as it relates to the Riyadh Integrated Free Zone, which is the first airport-free zone within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That on its own, as it relates to Vision 2030, the objectives as it relates to logistics, the Kingdom becoming a global logistics hub, this is absolutely at the heart of that vision. And hence, I'm very fortunate and very proud to work alongside my fellow SILS team members as we go about developing this important strategic project.
Barry, you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you very much for the invite. Where do I start? Well, I first of all started working with the Irish government in their investment promotion agency for over 20 years. And then I branched out and I started to specialize in cluster development, but also in working with special economic zones in about 14 or 15 different countries. So those special economic zones, I was either asked to maybe take part at the beginning when they were being established, and then in other cases I was asked to help when they were broken, to see if we could fix them. So I've been on the board of Uptown Jeddah for the last 3 years, and then recently I was asked to go in as acting CEO. We're going through a very interesting period of change. We've got a new parent, Roshan, and obviously that takes time to bed in and get used to. They have to get used to us and we have to get used to them. So it's been a very, very interesting period of over the last number of months. But we're looking forward to the challenge, and we've got some really exciting plans for Uptown Jeddah.
Thank you. Faisal.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting us for this forum. I'm really glad and happy to be in Saudi and to take part in such a fantastic event. I've started my career with oil and gas and then moved into the ports and logistics with different organizations and different career opportunities. My role was mainly about regulating and developing the economic zones and the free zones in Oman. So I have witnessed the development of several economic zones and free zones. Recently, we have started the first of its kind airport free zone. The Omani government declared 3 zones in Oman next to airports as airports free zones, and the right to operate and develop these free zones have been given to Asyad Group. So I'm coming from Asyad Group, and I'm the director of Muscat Airport Free Zone, the newly established free zone coming to capitalize on the infrastructure capabilities of our aviation sector. In addition to that, the airport free zone is envisioned to support the Oman 2040 vision to enhance the logistics sector and increase its contribution to the country GDP and country income apart from the oil and gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Then let's start with the questions. In case A, GACA is really leading the charge when it comes to special economic zones. Afnan, maybe you can tell us what were the main drivers for establishing these zones and what the journey was to get there.
Absolutely. So in facilitation to the Vision 2030, in order to move towards dependency on the oil revenues, to more diverse economy and enablement of FDIs, KSA have worked on a multiple and various national strategies. One of these strategies is the Saudi National Aviation Strategy, which has two very important targets. The first one, which is attracting 4.5 tons by 2030, and the second one is 330 million passengers by 2030. So in order to reach to these targets, we have set a plan. This plan has 4 main dimensions. The first dimension was attracting or creating infrastructure, a state-of-art infrastructure. The second one was the expansion on a fleet for passenger and cargo, and also increasing cargo and passenger as well. The last one was creating and developing and designing a regulatory framework that will enable the investment and also enhancing the services of the provider. To touch more on creating state-of-art facilities and infrastructure. We are working on enhancing the current and existing facilities that is there, and also we're working on developing the future ones in Cargo Village and Tier 1, and also working on developing the freight forwarder, warehouses and also bonded areas in Tier 2, and lastly, of course, the special economic zones. Special economic zones, or Saudi at large, has a very great advantage, which is the national demand, and how we have to meet that national demand. We're like 56% is all national demand to Saudi. In order to capture that, we need to enable the supply chain owner to have Saudi as their hub, and also to relocate in a special economic zone to conduct the logistic activity that cannot be conducted in Tier 1 and Tier 2. So we want to enable that by having a special economic zone. Also adding to that, 20 to 25% of the goods are transiting through airports and GCC, and we have to capture this leakage that is going to a neighboring country and have it in Saudi in special economic zones to serve the demand of the national, and of course increase by default the re-export. This is when it comes to the drivers of establishing economic zone, and this was the objective of establishing or announcing the first special economic zone, which is Riyadh Integrated. The journey was very long. I think I cannot sum it up in this panel, but to describe the journey was started with designing the regulatory framework, and I think the key success factor was sitting with the investor, understanding their need, and tolerated these regs and incentives based on their business need and needs. Second thing, and also it was a very key factor, which is the alignment among all the stakeholders, government stakeholders and also private sector. Everyone has a different objective. Bringing everyone in one table to agree on one objective was really was challenging, but in the end we make that because we have one objective in order to achieve the strategy. Lastly, again, understanding the needs of the investment was really crucial in that journey. Once we complete the journey, we're expecting to contribute to the GDP 0.3 and also to contribute more than 40,000 jobs in Saudi. So the rationale of having this special economic zone is to enhance the logistics sector and also post.
Perfect. In my previous panel, we were discussing 3 success factors. One was to have a clear strategy, and you clearly stated this, Saudi Arabia as a clear strategy. The other was to really focus on your core strength instead of looking at competition. Be in a center of gravity, being a larger economy, everything else will follow. And the third one was about making the right moves and making them happen. And I think we're now in the let's make things happen phase, and I'm glad that we have 3 people here who are on the forefront of really implementing the ideas in their zones. Barry, you have been advising special economic zones. Can you still hear me? And also leading special economic zones for more than 20 years. What are success factors on a global basis which make these zones attractive and which have led to their success?
Well, I wish I could tell you that I've got a magic bullet, and that once you go by these set of rules, everything will be perfect. The whole thing about a special economic zone, everyone is different, but there are certain commonalities, certain things that I saw. For instance, when you met with a new government or a minister or a CEO of a special economic zone, particularly where they were experiencing some difficulties, they would all blame the external environment. Other countries beside them that were gobbling up their FDI, that were maybe better at doing the business. But actually, when you get into it, it's the internal, the dead hand of bureaucracy, it's the lack of focus, it's the lack of continuous investment in a special economic zone that actually does the damage. So I always looked at things, you have hard determinants and soft determinants. The hard ones we all focus in on, things like incentives, good regulatory framework, a very good one-stop shop, and they're all very important. What you often find in special economic zones is that they actually haven't fully crafted their incentives. And I'd say out of the 14 or 15 countries that I've worked in, half of them hadn't actually formally approved their incentives package, and yet they were out marketing it internationally. And then when they came to trying implementing it, they had great difficulty. On the softer side, issues like staff training and development, having an open approach and a very welcoming approach to international investors. Don't forget, investors, it doesn't matter whether they're Intel or they're a smaller pharmaceutical company. It's a big issue for them when they're coming to your special economic zone, maybe never having any experience of investing in your country. And therefore, it's very, very important that within a special economic zone, you have this enabling environment. You have a welcome for them, even if it maybe isn't the kind of welcome you get outside the special economic zone. Within it, it's very, very important. So people training, continuous investment by government, and having an ally in government who understands that you need to continually invest in the special economic zone. The investment at the beginning is very, very big, but if done properly, as I've seen in some countries, the rewards are huge.
Thank you. Thank you also for sharing some of the don'ts and the failures you have seen, and which you're obviously trying to avoid in Uptown Jeddah. Uptown Jeddah is a service-oriented or driven special economic zone, trying to develop an innovative B2B hub adjacent to Kaya Airport. What are the key considerations for companies to locate there? And do they need any special services infrastructure which you are trying to provide?
Well, obviously, what we're doing is we want to make sure that we are complementary to Afnan and our colleagues, and we have both worked together on a very comprehensive program to ensure that we're aligning and that we're not eating each other's lunch. So I think our offering is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be complementary to the services of the airport, but we're looking at three specific areas: trade and commerce, innovation and technology, and then culture and knowledge. So we're trying to combine these three areas. We want to try and bring new innovation, new ways of doing business. And our key issue, and a key issue for any special economic zone, is additionality. We want to see new investors coming in that have never invested in either Saudi or else have never invested in Jeddah. So we want to bring in new, additional businesses, exciting businesses, and then we want to try and support them and build that infrastructure in the special economic zone in Uptown Jeddah to make sure that not only do they come and invest, but they stay. And the most important thing is that we get third-party endorsement, that companies that invest will tell others, this is the place to do business. That's better than any sort of sales pitch that you'll have as a company and as an organization. Third-party endorsement is very, very important. I think also, if I could say, we will be very robust in terms of our analysis of any company coming in to ensure we're going to get good value for money. Because another big failure for special economic zones in other parts of the world is that they become soft on the investor and they allow people to invest simply to meet the numbers or because of political pressure. I would say be robust. Make sure that the companies come in are going to be good quality and they're companies that are going to be there for a long period of time.
Great. You talked about complementary. Maybe Dr. Fadi, you could tell us more about SILS. What kind of sectors are you attracting? What are the focus services you have? And maybe you want to also announce some new names, some new tenants.
Sure.
Among the exciting tenants you already have.
Sure. Thank you for that. And I think I'll build on a few things that I heard from my colleagues. What Barry mentioned in terms of, one of the biggest challenges is there's a number of economic zones that don't have defined incentives yet. Here, thankfully, that is not the case with Riyadh Integrated, and a big thank you to our colleagues in GACA for all of their efforts over the past few years. Getting us to this stage. So there we can say, alhamdulillah, we have our incentives clearly defined. There's also a special incentive route as well that also gives further added value to certain conglomerates that we want to attract and bring into the zone. Outside of the incentives, just at a very high level, some of the incentives we're talking about today for Riyadh Integrated are related to tax relief, the bonded customs duty relief as well, issues related to Saudiization and the requirements as it relates to the first 5 years, and then the evolution of that over the next 5 years and up to 15 years. And these are some of the incentives that we're giving today. And once again, those incentives given to Riyadh Integrated as an airport-free zone, in our view, makes us very unique compared to any other free zone or economic zone that will be available in the kingdom as well. Outside of the incentives, once again, we call ourselves, our name is the Special Integrated Logistics Zone. And hence, we do need to provide a value proposition, have a USP that is special, that is integrated, i.e., what are the various components that we can actually integrate for our investors and our tenants? How can we connect the dots between the needs of our tenants within the zone with the regulators outside of the zone, the various other players? How can we give them visibility in terms of the movement of goods coming in from once they land in the airport, the movement of that all the way into the zone, out of the zone, going into the mainland economy, coming back from the mainland economy into the zone, and connecting the dots between the various players. Outside of that, once again, when we look at ease of use or convenience for our investors, and we heard Barry mention the one-stop shop as well, what services will we be providing to our tenants and our investors within the zone as it relates to government services, of course, in collaboration and alignment with our colleagues in GACA and various other government agencies, so that we can, once again, provide that convenience for our investors. They come into the zone and they don't need to burden themselves with any headaches going back and forth to various other agencies to retrieve various needs and various requirements. Total value proposition when it relates to things like logistics. Are there logistics value-added services that we can provide our investors? Can we work with the private sector very closely in developing strategic partnerships as it relates to movement of goods from the cargo village into the zone, into the mainland in terms of last mile? Who are the various private sector partners that we can work with to provide our investors and our tenants with hopefully preferred rates and preferred value? Are there technology services or manpower services that we can also provide our tenants within the zone? Let alone, obviously, our business model today as it relates to any investor coming in. The investor can take land and obviously rent that and develop it themselves. We have a build-to-suit model where we take on the requirements of our investors, and once again, here we are also looking to work with the private sector in partnership to develop those facilities and then rent them out to our tenants. Or we will have a portion of our land that will be focused on pre-built units that will be ready for more smaller, medium-sized organizations that want to come in very quickly and operate. And once again, can we provide them with 3PL services or logistics services as well? So that in a nutshell, I would say, is in terms of some of the value add, let alone obviously the community and the environment that we want to create within the zone. We want to ensure that our tenants and their employees and their teams are excited to come to work every morning, because this is a sense of community. And that's where we need to look at the zoning and the ecosystem play to ensure that, once again, we are creating anchor tenants and ecosystems around these tenants, so that, once again, there's that sense of community and belonging, and that ultimately impacts the value chain and the supply chain, and that's the value that we want to give to our investors. Lastly, in terms of the sectors that we are attracting today, we're focusing on ICT and consumer electronics. We're focusing on luxury and high-value goods. We're focusing on pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, and aerospace spare parts. And those are the specific segments that we are zooming in on, i.e., why do we do that? Because most of these industries rely on air cargo, hence a reason why you should be an airport-free zone and not a seaport-free zone or a dry-free zone.
Thank you. Faisal, the Oman Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones and Al-Saad Group have signed a concession agreement to initiate the development of the free zone you are overseeing.
Yes.
What is similar in your free zone to what you've heard before, and what sets you apart?
That's a very good question. So the term of a free zone or economic zone always comes with incentives and an ecosystem to attract FDI to a country. So Oman has a spectrum of economic zones and free zones, and all of these zones are attached either to a seaport or into a land border. However, there is, let's start at the macro level. The country itself, its geographic location, its massive infrastructure still need to be capitalized upon. So the country invested in a new airport, and this airport has a mega capacity, has a potential. So there is a potential to build a free zone next to the airport. This is one. Secondly, the comprehensive product offering of the country itself. So investors coming to set up an upstream industry, they will find a place. Downstream, they're going to find a place. But those industries who are coming with a multimodal supply chain type of let's say, ecosystem, they need air to sea, sea to air, and they need fast moving of their items and their supply chain. They need a place, they need an ecosystem. So there are opportunities which we need to tap on. So this is another reason why we are embarking on this development. Zooming in into the group itself, Asyar Group is an integrated service provider. We do have the shipping, the dry docking, the free zones, the ports. And yet, still we see some opportunities that require a more comprehensive product offering. When it comes to air connectivity, we lack these facilities. We lack some ecosystem that enable added value services for the companies like the high-end products, as the colleagues mentioned here, the electronics. So putting all of this in perspective, the airport free zone would be an ideal to complement the product offering of the country and also to boost the volumes of logistics in line with the Vision 2040. So in a nutshell, these are the key, let's say, reasons and the key enablers for setting up the airport free zone. And as Dr. Fadi mentioned, the airport free zone look only into type of customers and type of industries which use the air connectivity as the main source of a supply chain. So to enable them, you need to have a location, you need to have an ecosystem which will enable you to provide them with the comprehensive solution that they are looking at, and with the ecosystem which will ensure them a seamless operation, a seamless efficiency, and of course a very successful business at the end.
Great, thank you. I think you all mentioned the importance of your investors and providing great services to your investors. However, you also need to stay relevant on the long term. What are the tools and processes you are implementing to do exactly that? And maybe you start, and then Dr. Fadi, and then Barry.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, each and every free zone should have its own target industries, target markets, and set of incentives that match the target customer and the target industries that they want to have. For example, if you are looking into an upstream industries, you need a different ecosystem. You need even the gas to be available. Whereas if you're looking to air connectivity and e-commerce, all what you need is a very efficient, proper ecosystem from customs and from also air connections. So each and every free zone has its own uniqueness. It's already a defined kind of a USP that each zone would provide to the customers. And in this particular part, the regulator plays a pivotal role. In Oman, we do have a public authority for special economic zones and the free zones. They are the regulator. So the regulator set targets and sets direction for each and every free zone. This is your focus. This is your incentives. And this is the type of customer and industries you need to pursue in line with your master plan, in line with your approved incentives. And the authority, along, of course, with the operators, it's their mandate and their role to ensure that there is integrity and there's also a complementary product offering. It shouldn't be the case that a similar product offering is offered across the free zones. Otherwise, those free zones would be cannibalizing each other. This is one. Secondly, you as a country, you're going to lose that competition. we are in a region that every country provides incentives, provide a very attractive business environment. So if we compete among ourselves within our country, so we're going to lose that competition. And you are in a domain that would not wait for you to come in and then pick up the investors. You need to be agile, you need to be swift, even into embracing the changes and the trends in the market. 10 years ago, what used to be called an incentive, nowadays it's just a standard in the industry. So also you need to stay aware of the dynamics of the trends, and you need also to tailor-made the solutions that would enable you to attract your right customers. I would also echo what Dr. Fadi and the colleagues said here is your stakeholders. They have to be really, embedded in terms of the vision. So you share the same vision, you share the same goals. Providing an excellent ecosystem would require all the stakeholders to contribute positively to this development. And also providing the customer with the right product offering. You cannot say, this is only my product offering, take it or leave it, I give you a service land, that's it. Customers today are very selective. They want to start as quick as possible and with the less capital spent. So you need to provide multiple solutions. Your product offering needs to be maximized in order to be able to catch your targeted customers. And with this, I think all free zones will stay focused on their targets and will keep the relevant stakeholders and the relevant target customers on their radar.
So I'll try and build on a few things. Being swift ultimately is what we heard from Faisal is obviously key when we look at what tools and processes need to be in place. Ultimately, people want to come into a special economic zone where the movement of their goods in and out can be done in an efficient and swift manner. If it's going to slow down the process, then there's no reason for any investor to come and say we want to be based in X zone or Y zone. So what tools and processes do we need to have to enable that? And I think there's a variety of there's a whole list of items that we can go into to say how can we actually enable that speed? How do we enable that visibility? How do we give comfort and confidence to the investors that they have clear sight on what's coming in, when it's coming in, why it's being held up at any point in the value chain, but also give comfort and confidence to the regulators and the other government bodies that also need to have visibility on top of everything else that's flowing in and out of the kingdom, right? From a security perspective, a control perspective, obviously things that are going into the mainland and coming back as well. A lot of our investors today are saying, okay, so we have a clear understanding of how goods are going to come in. We have a good understanding of how goods are going to leave into the mainland. How do we deal with reverse logistics? What is the process on that? Once again, the process can be defined. What does that mean in terms of the funding aspect of reverse logistics, i.e. VAT being charged, being refunded? Are the right tools and right processes in place to enable all of that seamlessly? I'm quite confident that we are absolutely quite mature in what we need to have. Now it's a matter of implementation. And obviously, as days go by and as we deal with new investors that have certain needs and certain requirements, we will be agile in terms of adopting and taking on some of these new practices, obviously in collaboration with the various government agencies that relate to a certain aspect or not. But ultimately, it comes down to technology as well. Thank
Very.
Just a few things that I'd reflect on. I always believe that you should, in a special economic zone, understand that structure follows strategy. It's an old saying, but often we find that actually it's the opposite way around, that government starts looking at the master planning and all of that, and then they try and wedge in a special economic zone to fit it. It's actually the opposite way around. So within a special economic zone, I'm saying this because my colleague here, Zoe, is that person. It really centers around the ability of your marketing team to be able to attract new business in, and then how the rest of the organization can support it, be they finance, HR, marketing, whatever. It's the most important element. So I think your selection of sectors is very, very important. A good special economic zone will always maintain a flexibility. It has to be able to move and change, because industries and businesses change. And sometimes you find that you've got a very well-defined 6 or 7 areas that you're going to focus on, and then when you actually get into them, you find that 1 or 2 of those areas are actually real nuggets. They're areas that you can really mine, and you can get really, really good investors, and you get a name and a reputation for those particular sectors. So I think don't get too bogged down in only in certain sectors. Be experimental, always be looking at new areas. And if you have to bring the rest of your stakeholders with you, well, spend some time in doing that as well. If you have to convince government that there are new areas that we could get involved in, do it. It's a good investment. So flexibility, and have the focus of your organization based on the marketing, and then also use, some countries, they put in very expensive international marketing programs, whereas at times there are very easy things you can do. You can tie in with your national investment promotion agency. There are some very good countries that have very strong diaspora in different countries, and they also use them to have ministerial visits. Some countries are very good from an embassy point of view, that they use their embassies very, very, very skillfully. So there are many different ways in which you can get your name out there, apart from very expensive marketing programs. And they're more cost effective, and I think they're also more efficient.
Thank you. So it's about flexibility, swiftness, but it's also about regulation.
Absolutely. I think adding to what my colleagues has mentioned, of course, we would encourage continuous enhancing to the processes, sitting with the investor and understand from them, and also assessing the business plan and model of those investors. Adding to that from a policy perspective, I think there is like a very important key factor, which is international trade agreements. Special economic zone, like there is like more than 5,000 special economic zones around the world. And positioning these special economic zones is very important, could be done through the international trade agreement. We have to look into the key market, assessing this market and the clusters to ensure a very smooth movement to the goods, and also to understand how these products that coming from special economic zone will be treated in the other countries. I think we should work on that actively in order to know how to position our special economic zone and the product coming from the special economic zone, and also the unification of the standards of these products coming to the markets and re-exported to the other countries.
Thank you. You were also quite heavily involved in drafting the regulations, especially for SILs.
Yes.
Can you give us the highlights of the incentive scheme?
I think the highlight of the incentive for the investors is the tax reliefs. So we have zero for 5 years, exemption on the corporate income tax. We have exemption on withholding tax as well. And I think what is more interesting to the investor, that we have zero VAT on the raw materials that the investor is going to produce from the main economy that form parts of their activities that will be conducted inside the zone. Also, there is one of the processes, it's not an incentive, it's more of processes that has been introduced with the zone. It's the B2C clearance, because usually most of the special economic zone, they don't allow the B2C clearance. We allow that in collaboration, of course, with the concerned government entity. We work with them on that, and also touching on what Dr. Fadi mentioned about the reverse logistic. VAT is exempted, but of course we need to set with those concerned government entity and agree on the process of how can we do that. It is exempted, but how can we implement the processes, and how can we make the investor or make the journey very seamless for those investors. Also, maybe we allow 100 foreign ownership. We have a relaxed scheme for authorization for the investor. And we have also, I think, it's not only the incentive which is very attractive to the investor. I think the processes and also introducing more processes to the investor that will support their business is really important. And the last thing is the value proposition. I think designing a very unique value proposition that is tolerated to the investor needs is really important, with the incentives, of course.
It's always great to not pay taxes, but the entire thing needs to work as
yes,
well.
Yes, exactly.
You mentioned processes
it's a full
and tools.
ecosystem, yes.
And Dr. Fadi, you mentioned technology before, and technology not as technology for itself, but really with a purpose serving for the tenant. And maybe you can give us a bit more insight on what you are planning in terms of technology and how it should be used by the tenants in the future.
Sure, and thank you for that. So I come from a technology background, so if I carry on with a lot of discussion, you just need to look at me so I can pause. But when we look at technology for the zone, I think I can probably divide it into four different streams. There's obviously the technology needed for us as a company to be an operator of the zone. And I'm not going to go into the details of what the company needs in terms of enablement. What's more important is probably the layer related to the zone itself, the physical zone, and it being a smart zone. We hear the word smart. We've been hearing about it for a number of years. It could mean a variety of different things. Here it's about being practical and pragmatic and what's of use, right? This is not a matter of just saying, well, we're going to have sensors sensing everything. We're going to use IoT for the sake of using it. We're going to use other emerging technologies like blockchain just for the sake of saying, we have all of that. So it needs to be practical. It needs to be efficient. It needs to be effective. And ultimately, it needs to be something that is used and not just there for the sake of saying, this looks good. What is the utility of it at the end of the day? And I think there's a variety of different things. So that would be the second component, which is how do we get the zone, the physical zone, up and running to become a smart zone? And how does that add value to our tenants in terms of even going down to the levels of utilities and having smart sensors on that? How can we look at security and surveillance in a robust and smart way as well? The third component would be related to the one-stop shop component that, once again, I think we've talked about a few times. And how can we provide convenience, a sense of seamless experience for our tenants and our customers, as well as all of the other stakeholders in the ecosystem, to really have one portal where they can go into and go about their entire journey, from the starting point of just application into the zone, getting to the license, getting their various permits, becoming operational, and then what are the different services that can be provided there. And I think the fourth component is what I talked about earlier, which is what is the technology or information systems that is required to provide that end-to-end visibility in terms of goods flowing in and out. How can we connect the dots between the various regulators and government parties that need to have that visibility? And that on its own, when we talk about what we refer to as the single window. And how do you have that one single window where you can see everything in that movement? I think that on its own is going to be a challenge, but we see it as an opportunity, and hopefully creating something that we can be proud of as a kingdom and as a nation that won't just be used within Riyadh Integrated, but hopefully any other economic free zone that requires that type of service within the kingdom and abroad.
Great, thank you. There's one question from the other panel, and it's not on the script here because it was just raised over there. And I would also direct it to you because you have a background in express logistics. And the question was, you attract all these big brand names as tenants in these pre-zones, but an important part is also the logistics players. How do you attract them? Are there any special services requirements for this group of tenants, or are they treated as any other one?
So I think there's at least two different ways we can look at it. Today, some of our existing tenants although they are the organizations that are housing their goods within the facilities, they actually work in partnership with logistics players and 3PL providers. So today, an example would be iHerb, that will actually be live and operational in September, بإذن الله تعالى. They are partnering with CJ Logistics as a logistics company, and CJ is basically the party that is responsible for building the facility, but ultimately being the 3PL provider and the third-party logistics provider. So that's one model where some of the investors are coming in collaboration with a 3PL provider. The other side is, once again, when we look at some of our pre-built units, is there an opportunity to work with the private sector to come and also provide a 3PL service for some of these pre-built units? But are there also other value-added services that we can provide our tenants within the zone via partners within the logistics industry, whether they need last mile service, whether they need fulfillment service, whether they need distribution or another hub in the mainland to connect the dots between the free zone and the mainland economy. So that's where, once again, we're looking at developing partnerships with the private sector to come in and help us with that. And I think lastly, once again, going back to somewhere in the middle is, today there are some logistics providers that actually have developed a lot of expertise in the build of facilities. Both not only the core and shell, but also the actual fit out when we look at automation technology. And that's where, once again, we'll be looking at working with various providers that have that expertise to come in and help us with built to suits or pre-built units.
Perfect. Any one of you wants to add to that question?
I think if you looked at a kind of a standard special economic zone, you're probably talking about 70% of the area would be for internationally new investors coming in, and then the other 40 or 30 or 40%, you could divide it up between the suppliers, the companies, the SMEs, who are a very, very important part of the growth and development of any special economic zone. And then also the commercial suppliers, banking, shops, maybe hotels. It depends on the size of the special economic zone. But there's a huge win for special economic zones if they look very carefully at the SME sector that supports the larger companies. Because you get a lot of interaction between these small growth companies and the international companies. And often is the case that a good international company that is decided to establish will adopt some of these smaller companies. And they'll help them to raise their level of technology. They'll help them to increase their markets, apart from just supplying companies within the kingdom, that they might also help them to export. So there's a huge hidden gem there that if you can work very closely with the SMEs, and if you can work on collaboration between the larger international companies and the smaller companies, you can really have some really great local companies growing as well. And that's what we'll be doing in Uptown Jeddah. Let's get in my plug there.
Great, thank you. Let's take it for the last question. Let's take a different turn. There's probably no panel discussion without touching on the topic of sustainability. And you talked about attracting international companies, known brands. For them, sustainability is on the CEO agenda. So what are you doing to help them in their journey of getting more sustainable? And just let me allow a quick sidestep. We had the discussion on sustainability also in the other panel, and there we were pretty much focusing on the social economic value, which is part of a broader sustainability discussion, which air cargo especially is bringing to the entire world. But here I would really like to focus on the key aspects, on the environmental aspects, but also on the other social aspects. And I don't know who wants to start.
Our guest should start.
Oh. Okay.
Sustainability is a very hot topic these days, and from nation, it's a perspective as well. It's in the agenda of all nations, and every country nowadays set a target about their net carbon zero. And Oman is no different than any other countries. We set the target, and we as Asyad Group, of course, committed to achieve that target through our investment in different value chains. We put in our mind the targets of the government, and we cascade this down into our business vertical. So this is in shipping, in using the green technologies in the shipping and in the ports. When it comes to the airport free zone in particular, this is something also we put into consideration, and we make it as part of our business philosophy. Sustainability is a must. We have to set our building codes and our design guidelines to comply with the sustainability targets for the group, and of course, which comes in line with the nation's target. However, as you rightly mentioned now, our customers, international players, sustainability is, let's say, the most important part of their decision-making process. Even if they're going to come up and invest with you or lease even a facility, they have to declare that the facility that they are taking is complying with the sustainability measurements. Otherwise, it will be so difficult for them to embark in a business relationship. So now there is a protocol to declare the sustainability, to confirm that your facilities is adhering to certain codes and you are taking sustainability in a very serious way. So it's in two ways. It's from inside out as an operating authority or a developer for the free zone. We set these targets and we put them as part of our design and development guidelines. From the other side, we are also certain that all our customers will put that in their let's say decision-making process. So for us to make sure that we are able to attract investments, we are able to offer the right product offering, sustainability and its element should be there.
Yeah. Dr. Fadi, how are you approaching the topic of sustainability?
So I think to build on that, maybe specifically, we look at the ESG agenda once again from a strategic lens, and then how do we apply that very practically in a pragmatic way that makes sense, that once again is effective and not just for ticking the box. So when we look at the zone itself, how do we accommodate for sustainability into the master plan of the zone and the actual construction and build? So that's one aspect. The other aspect is the requirements and the code that our tenants, investors need to adhere to when they build their facilities. And today, just the simplest example is once again the percentage of solar panels that need to be installed on every facility that is operating in the zone, and that's just one example. So that's a code that needs to be applied and abided by every investor, or even ourselves if we were doing the pre-built units or built-to-suits. The third aspect is probably where it gets interesting as an opportunity, once again, for us as a zone, as well as the private sector to work with us on, is how do we deal with recycling and waste management? And when we talk about bringing in investors looking at manufacturing or light manufacturing, light assembly, even repairs, once again, there will be a good amount of waste and recyclable waste. And that on its own is a huge opportunity for us to be looking into because it's I would say still at a nascent stage of maturity broadly, and that's an opportunity we need to now work on hand in hand with the private sector and partners to develop something that is meaningful for our tenants, especially when we talk about ICT and consumer goods. Just looking at the batteries alone in terms of the recycling of batteries and how do we deal with that. And this shouldn't be something that we should be burdening our investors on in terms of, put it on a plane and export that and take that out. What do we deal with it locally? And there's a huge opportunity to deal with that locally. So I would say that is the more exciting part of at least what's taking away some of my time these days in terms of what can we develop there. And what kind of proposition can we give to our investors as it relates to recycling and waste management?
Great, thank you.
In my opinion, I think special economic zone could be used as a sandbox in order to test introducing new policies when it comes that will contribute in sustainability. And this will give like a ripple effect, a positive ripple effect to the main economy to catch up with these processes that will be introduced in a special economic zone. Looking into the nature of a special economic zone as an area that is designated and has a certain capacity, you could definitely keep introducing new policies to support the sustainability and contribute to the sustainability. Also adding to what Dr. Fadi mentioned, I think we have a great opportunity to engage the investor in conducting activities that will be contributing to the sustainability, such as e-waste management and recycling. And I think promoting that by having a very solid policies, standards that will help the investor in order to conduct such activities within the special economic zones.
If I could, I'd like to give maybe 2 examples of where it actually went wrong and where you now ignore ESG at your peril. There are a number of special economic zones throughout the world, and not too far from this country, where they have made fundamental mistakes, maybe 15 or 20 years ago, and those legacy mistakes are now coming back to haunt them, where the evaluation of the project from an ESG point of view, it was maybe unknown, or there were pressures on them to get in investment, and they accepted lower standards than they should have. One example that happened that I was involved in Ireland, when we started going seriously at attracting the pharmaceutical industry into Ireland, we had 1 or 2 companies that basically let the side down. Some small pharma companies, one in particular that had the problem every maybe once or twice a year, it would emit very, very pungent odor, which was like a rotten cabbage, and it affected the local community. So as a person who was trying to showcase the pharma industry, which is a fantastic industry, I was getting pushback the whole time. And I would say that companies and mistakes like that knocked our investment promotion of the pharma industry back by 5 to 10 years. So I think you have to get it right from the very beginning. And another good example I always think of is a country, an unlikely one, is Bangladesh, where they had huge environmental problems with their clothing, textiles, footwear, knitwear, a lot of very serious loss of lives, a lot of sweatshops. And the customer at the time didn't really care where the product was coming from. In the 80s and 90s, they just bought it and they sold it. So then pressure started getting on the Nikes and Reeboks and all of these. Well, you know, where are you getting your product from, and how are you looking after the people who are making it for it? And the Bangladeshi government set up a special economic zone in Dhaka, and it's probably one of the best in the world for clothing, footwear, textiles. And it created a safe zone where, from an environmental point of view, it was very well policed. The training that people got were very good. And now it's really probably the best technology and the best use of technology in those sectors are evident in the special economic zone in Dhaka, including things like fashion design, the use of new products, use of new materials. So from our point of view, from an Irish government's point of view, it forced us to adopt the European standards for environmental protection, because international companies were saying to us, well, we're not going to invest in your country unless you get your standards up. So we have to make sure that we have the environmental or the correct structure, and we have to make sure that we have got very, very high standards. And that's what I'd say all of us will be very much focused on over the coming years.
Thank you. So sustainability is a must. You have to get it right, but it's also a business opportunity. Perfect. We're at the end of our hour. And first of all, thank you for being here. It's amazing to have a full house for this panel. But a special thanks, of course, goes to you, the panelists. I had 4 hours of sleep on a plane. I was not really at my best coming in here, but the energy you gave here and the insight you gave here really propelled this and made this an amazing session. I hope all of you agree. Thank you.
Thank you.